Hey there, everybody, and welcome. Today, after many years, I'm going to be playing and providing a rules explanation for NEMO'S War, which is a kind of a Euro-y, wargamey adventure-style game, arguably regarded as one of the best solo games out there for many years, especially since the second edition was published a couple of years back in, I guess, 2017. NEMO'S War is modeled after 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea, Jules Verne, and presumably maybe you've played the game or you've read the book. Or maybe you've seen the movie from the 50s, I guess, with James Mason and Kirk Douglas. Who else was in that? What's his name? Peter Lucas, I think? And Peter Lorre? Maybe not Peter Lucas, whatever. Anyhow, an all-star cast. I think it was a Disney-produced film, but it was very highly regarded as well, and won several awards for special effects. Considering it was the 50s, it was very well done. And the game is very episodic, just like that movie, just like that book. The book is very episodic. I think it was originally published as a serial by Jules Verne. It was sort of coming out on like once a week or once a month in some periodical of the day, and then was later consolidated into the actual book, and then ultimately translated from the French and translated again. It's gone through a lot, but it's available if you want to read it on Project Gutenberg. It's definitely worth a read. It's one of Jules Verne's best works. And as I said, the game follows the episodic nature of that adventure. Now, in a nutshell, if you're not familiar with 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea, very quickly, Captain Nemo, the captain of the ship, he secretly built this submarine, technically advanced for its time. And I guess the rest of the world thinks it's a sea monster, as I recall. It's been a while since I read the book. But the U.S., I think, sends out an expedition, or some nation sends out an expedition. No, I guess it's the U.S. sends out an expedition to investigate and see what's up. And they ask this scientist who happens to be around or in town, Professor ARONNAX'S, who was Peter Lucas in the film, to join the expedition. Professor ARONNAX'S comes on board. He comes along with his sidekick, his trusty servant, known as Conceal, Conceil, which I think is just French for counselor, but I may be wrong, the origin of that. And also along for the ride on the ship happens to be Ned Land, who is a master harpooner and whaler. And many months go by, and they're looking for the this monster at sea, and they never track it down, and so they're pretty much about to give up when, in fact, they come upon it, and they fire at it and miss, or maybe damage it. I guess they damage it to some degree. So Captain Nemo, as he is wont to do, because he's vengeful of what the world and what the imperialist powers have done to him and to his homeland, and I guess they murdered his family. He's on a revenge kick, so he rams the underside of the ship with his sub, which is what he does, because he doesn't have any other kinds of weaponry at that time. This is 19th century. And the ship is damaged severely, and it's rocking. I don't think it sinks, but the three fellows, Ned Land, and who is Kirk Douglas, and Professor ARONNAX'S, and Peter Lorre, who's playing the part of Conceal, because that's what he's very good at doing, playing those sidekicks. if you know Peter Lorre. And anyway, they land, they get tossed overboard. They kind of swim to safety to the top of the sub, which is now surfaced because they need to make repairs from what the ship did to them. And they're brought inside the sub, and basically they're on house arrest. But they spend, I guess, a year's time. Well, certainly the game takes place over the course of a year. I don't remember exactly how long they're on board. Might be a year, might be a little longer, but whatever the case may be, they eventually, the book is mostly about their adventures, following along with Captain Nemo and his devoted crew, and the myriad of things they discover under the sea, which of course at that time not many people have seen. Eventually, these three guys escape, or they leave, and I don't think we know what happens to the Nautilus at the end. But anyhow, enough about that. That's in a nutshell what the whole story's about. And like I said, the game follows that story in very closely. As you'll soon see if you're not familiar with this. Now, at the start of the game, I have to make a couple of selections. One, I have to select what my difficulty level is going to be. I have not played this game very much. I should say that it scared me off back in 2017 when I was first looking at it because of the war game feeling of the rule book. It just I got through a big part of it, but then I kind of just backed off and said, nah, this isn't for me. And then whatever it was, I decided to try again this year and said, oh, okay, finally got through it. I mastered the rules, but I haven't played really. I've tested my program, obviously, and watched some other videos, but that's the extent of it. So clearly I'm going to be playing on Sailor difficulty, which is the easiest difficulty of the three. Now you can actually, the selection of the difficulty affects a lot of different things, but you can mix and match, the rule book says, and my program has a way of mixing and matching, but for today I'm just going straight Sailor mode. You have to choose a motive for yourself, because you're playing the role of Captain Nemo, essentially. This is now early on in the voyage, before he's gotten severely depressed and angry and super vengeful and super resentful of the world. That kind of develops over time. He gets crazier and crazier as time goes by. So explore is the easiest motive to play with. I think war might be the hardest. And anti-imperialism is probably next hard. I may be off, but I know these two, the anti-imperialism and the war, are basically a lot tougher. Science is particularly tough in the sense that when your notoriety is going to grow, as you see, it starts at 0, but it's going to grow as you sink ships, because, like I said, you have to sink ships in this game, because in the book, he sank a lot of ships. He was pissed off. So you do have to sink a lot of ships in this game. Unfortunately, they do have people on board, but fortunately in this game we don't see that. We just see the ships. And as I was saying, as you sink ships and do other things in the game, your notoriety is going to climb. So if your notoriety ever reaches, in the case of science, 26, you fail the game. Now with Explorer, your notoriety can go as far as 36 before you fail, before you're defeated, and you don't even score if you lose that way. And as I said, that's the easier probably motive to go with. You do have an option later in the game to change your motive if you think the way you played merits it, but we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Now, because I'm playing at easy mode and the Explorer, I'm going to get the Hydrodrive Nautilus upgrade automatically, which basically says that every time I move do a move action, I can move the Nautilus to 2 consecutive oceans instead of 1 adjacent ocean, which is the normal rule for moving. And I should read the flavor text to give this video a feel for the book. So, by compressing water taken in at the ship's bow and shooting it back into the ocean at an increased velocity from the ship's stern like a jet, the Nautilus could make an amazing 20 knots on the surface for an extended time. So Hydrodrive we get automatically. Now, if you're playing at the officer level, you can get the Hydrodrive because you're playing Explorer, but you have to pay for it. Now, the cost is 3, so you basically have to pay for it in the form of resources, which I'll talk about shortly. Each one of these modems has a different default upgrade. Anti-imperialism gives you a double hull. Science gives you monstrous design and so forth. We're going to stick with Explorer. And I am today playing with one of the expansions for the game that gives you a lot more upgrades, because I think 10 came with the base game, but you can see I've got well over 20 here. So when you're playing with the upgrade at easy level, you select up to 7 of these that you want to be available for the game during the course of the game. And then you draw 3 randomly so that you have a stack of 10. And that's over and above the Hydrodrive. So essentially you're going to be playing with 11 different upgrades in the game. The rest get returned to the box. And you'll see how all these upgrades work. But prior to starting the video, because I didn't want to dwell over this, I selected 7 of my favorite upgrades, as you can see, and then 3 at random will be added to that, and then only 4 will actually be made available at the beginning of the game. Now, at the start of the game, again, because I'm playing at easy mode, I have the option to buy one of those 4 available upgrades, so I'll have a second ship upgrade at the start of the game, and again, I'd have to pay its cost in the form of resources. If you're playing at officer level, you could, like I said, your default upgrade you have to pay for in the form of resources, and then if you want to buy a second one at the start of the game, you have to pay double the cost in resources. So as you can see, the difficulty does ramp up quite a bit when you move on to officer level. I'll talk about what some of the other differences are as we go along. But for now, this is how I'm going to start, and then I'll begin to explain a couple of the things, and then we'll get the voyage underway. So here we go. I may purchase an additional upgrade at cost. So here are the 6 that are sort of set aside. They're not currently available to me. And here are the 4 that are currently available to me. So I have crystalline sensors, which is one of the ones that I initially selected. Each placement phase, you may reroll 1 die 1 time and apply that result. You'll see what that's all about. But I do have my eye on that. Electric coil bolts, I don't know if I selected that or not. During each occasion when you sink a ship, you can change its notoriety, lower its notoriety by 1 by taking a hit to your hull. Yeah. Officer's Mess I did select. After completing an action that you paid 2 action points to perform, you may immediately conduct a free move action. That could be worthwhile. And finally, Clockwork Cipher I didn't select. Once during each action phase, you may flip over a revealed ship token in the Nautilus Ocean for free. Okay, so of those 4, I think I do want to, now as I said, I already have Hydrodrive. I am going to go ahead and grab crystalline sensors. I do have to pay. Now the resources I have to pay are either Nemo and or the crew and or the hull. As you can see, there's two equally long tracks here for the crew and the hull, and there is a shorter track for Nemo. And as I pay resources, as I pay these resources down, they're just going to jump to the next circle to the right. So I think to pay for the cost of 3 for the crystalline sensors, I'm just going to pay one of each. So I'm going to pay one Nemo, as you can see it dropped to the right, one crew, and one hull. And already there's a bug in my program. Let's see if I can fix that. Yeah, okay. So let me give you before we come back to this, I'll come back to that. But as I said, the game's going to end in defeat if my notoriety gets all the way up to 36. For now, it seems like I have a long way to go, but you do claim a lot of notoriety in this game, so I probably will be very close to 36. Hopefully not at it or above it by the time I won't be going above it because I'll have lost before then. If either of these resources reaches the end of the track, you immediately lose and you don't score the game. Now, the first card that came out was the Prologue card. And I'll just say this is the beginning of the game, Act 1. And it's indicating that you start with 2 white dice. And you'll see how the dice are used momentarily. The facts relating to this apparition, entered in various logbooks, agreed in most respects as to the shape of the object or creature in question, the untiring rapidity of its movements, its surprising power of locomotion, and the peculiar life with which it seemed endowed. If it was a whale, it surpassed in size all those hitherto classified in science. So essentially, this is maybe right out of the book, although it's not in quotes, but it's giving you the perspective of the rest of the world who thinks there's this monster, this Leviathan that's scouring the ocean. That's been spotted by a number of ships, but nobody knows exactly what it is. So in the prologue, you roll a die and determine where the Nautilus is going to be. You position the Nautilus position the Nautilus, the ship, in the corresponding ocean that corresponds to the roll of the die. So I rolled a 5 earlier because you could see the ship is sitting here in the European seas, which is like an amalgamation of the Baltic Sea and the other seas that are in the region, the Mediterranean and so forth. But you could see each one of the major oceans are numbered 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and that's pertinent, as you'll soon find out. So each turn or each round of the game consists of an event phase in which you draw an event card. Now this is the first one, but you immediately go to the second one, and then after the event phase, there's a placement phase where ships kind of begin to populate the board, hidden or otherwise revealed. And then finally, there's an action page during which you can spend whatever action points you've accumulated. Now, because I'm playing an easy level, I start off with 2 action points. If you're playing at officer or medium level, you start the game with 1 action point. If you're playing at hard mode, you start the game with 0 action points. Then you can see there's a number of hidden ships that populate the board at the start of the game. Normally 12 ships populate the board, but you can see I only have 9 because when you're playing in easy mode, you reduce the number of ships that populate the board by 3. When you're playing in hard mode, you increase the number of ships that populate the map by 3. So you're either placing down 9, 12, or 15 hidden ship counters. And that's what these are. We know there's ships there, but we don't know what the ships are yet. Now, during placement, every time we have a placement phase, more of these hidden ships are going to appear. And then later, once we start running out of space for hidden ships, then we're going to start flipping them or drawing from the bag and revealing what those hidden ships represent, what they actually are. Because I should say another way you can lose the game is if during the placement phase, under a certain condition, if there are no empty spaces left on the map, these are, of course, the empty spaces you can see. Each ocean has a different number of empty spaces in it. If there are no empty spaces and you meet that condition during the placement phase, that's the 4th way you could outright lose the game and not score. Here's the Explore motive card, and the motive card is going to basically govern how many points I earn for different things at the end of the game. So as you can see, that every time I sink a warship, I'm going to get the number of points on that warship less 1. So when you're in Explore mode, you kind of get discounted for the number of warships you sink. For sinking non-warships, you don't lose any points, so you get whatever the value of the warship is, the non-warship, I should say. These would be passenger ships or mail ships or maybe freighters, things like that. We're going to be going through a number of adventure cards over the course of the game that are brought out randomly, so the episodes that we encounter are going to be random. And so in this case, if an adventure card scores me X number of points, I don't add or subtract. I just get the flat number of points from adventure cards, and those are only adventure cards that I have passed. Adventure cards pass or fail depending upon the card and what it says. So of all the ones that I pass, I'll score whatever points are on them, and I won't get penalized or I won't get a bonus for those. I might be acquiring treasure over the course of the game. At the start of the game, each one of the major oceans is populated with one of these little gems, which indicates that there's treasure in that particular ocean. Furthermore, there are a couple gems that are put on top of a separate, and I say separate from the normal draw pile, which is the one that governs the length of the game. So you can see it's currently at 29. It starts at 31. The prologue brought it down to 30. And then I've already accidentally revealed the card after that, but I'll bring it back up in a moment. But that's why the draw deck is down to 29. There's a separate adventure deck, which are the remaining cards that didn't get added into the draw deck. And you can go on adventures and draw those cards. And if you do go on an adventure, that's one of the actions you can take. You get to get a treasure for each one of the gemstones that are on top of the deck. At the start of the game in easy mode, you put 2 gemstones on top. In officer mode, you put 1 on top. In hard mode, you don't put any on top. There is a way to generate more of these on the deck and on the map, but I'll talk again about that a little later on. Anyhow, that was the adventure card. So treasure, for every treasure that I get, and they're going to be showing up here in this pink box, I get 1 additional point for each treasure token that I receive. So if a treasure provides me with 3 points, in Explore mode, it's actually worth 4 points to me. Liberation points. These are uprisings that I incite in order to distract the imperialist powers and reduce my notoriety because I'm keeping them busy with these uprisings. I get 3 points for each uprising that I incite at the end of the game. For every science that I discover, I'm going to get 4 points for each one of those. Those are represented by this lightning bolt icon. And lastly, for every wonder I discover or see, I'm going to get 7 points for each one of those. This is a multiplier. So these get added, these numbers get added, but these numbers are multipliers. So each wonder that I encounter is going to be worth 7 points to me, of course, if I have it at the end of the game. So adventuring and getting treasure and possibly treasure will be wonders. Those are vital to me. So I'm going to be trying to accumulate a lot of those over the course of the game. I also start off with a bunch of characters, 6 characters from the book: the chief engineer, the conceal, as I already mentioned, the first officer, Ned Land, the harpooner, Professor ARONNAX'S, the science, the professor that's on board, and the second officer. Each one of these provide me in an emergency with some special ability. For example, the chief engineer would give me 2 additional action points. The conceal would allow me to re-roll a die. Ned Land will provide me with what's called a dice roll modifier. These are worth points at the end of the game. If you don't use them, these are just flat out points. So for example, if I have the chief engineer at the end of the game and don't use him to get those 2 additional action points, he's worth 5 points to me at the end of the game. These are character points. Those are always flat. They're not modified in any way. So these are for emergency use. Here are my upgrades. I might be getting some adventure cards that I hold on to. Those will show up here. And I think that's enough to get started. So with all that, let's go back to that second card that I revealed. I'm sorry, my voice, I'm kind of a little under the weather, so my voice is not quite what it usually is. So where am I here? I want to show the current adventure. So here's the first one that came out. A frigate's demise. 2 enormous waterspouts crashed onto the deck of the frigate, racing like a torrent from stem to stern, toppling crewmen, breaking spare masts and yardarms from their lashings. So we add the black background frigate. So let me show you. This is the tonnage track. This is where I'm going to put ships that I've sunk for scoring purposes. But this is also used to store some of the other ships that may or may not come into the game. Now, only this card, this ship, the Glasgow, the frigate, comes into the game if one of the adventures that you happen to draw is this one. So this is about to come into the game. This comes into the game if you draw another particular adventure card. And these will come, these are reinforcement ships, more modern vessels that come into the game over the course of play. I should also point out there is a point here and a point here where other reinforcement ships come out. But if you're playing in easy mode, you actually move the marker, you move those ships 3 spaces to the right. If you're playing in hard mode, you move them 3 spaces to the left. So they either come out sooner or later. And I'm playing in simpler mode. So these blue ships, there's 4 of them, the Bellerophon, the Idaho, the Repulse, and the Victoria. They'll show up when my notoriety reaches 17. Similarly, these work in the same way. Normally there's a bunch of green ships laid out here I'm playing in easy mode, so it's been moved 3 steps to the right. And these are the green ships, the Friedrich Karl, I'm not going to even try, the La France, which is an airship, and the Motion. Those will come out later in the game as well. And as I said, these other ones will come out over time. These other colored warships, the going from left to right, they're tougher and tougher as you move to the right. But I'll indicate when that happens. For now, I am faced with an immediate battle. So I add the frigate, the Glasgow, to the Nautilus's current ocean, which is here in the European seas, and I have to immediately attack it with what's called a free Stalk Attack action. Now, a Stalk Attack is a cautious attack, and I get a little bonus because it's a Stalk Attack. And in this case, it's mandatory, and I don't have to pay action points for it. But I have to fight it. So we're starting the game off right now with a little bit of battle. So let's continue. Here's the Glasgow. It's been moved into the European seas. Now this is a warship that fires at each. Warships have an attack strength on the left. So the Glasgow has an attack strength of 6. It is a British frigate. And its defensive strength is 9. And you'll see how these numbers come into play. The number of points is 0. So this is, if I sink this, it's worth 0 points to me at the end of the game. But there's another way I can use sunken ships. You'll see how that works in a moment. For now, because this is a warship, it sees me before, maybe about the same time I see it. And because I don't have any way of remotely firing at it, I have to ram its hull. It gets to fire first. Now, its attack strength was 6, so it has to, we're going to roll 2 dice here, and if the dice are equal to or above this 6, then it's going to miss. But if it's less than a 6, it's going to hit. There are no modifiers. You'll see that in this game, there's a lot of ways to get dice modifiers. And that's a big part of the strategy of the game, the dice modifiers. But when the warship is firing at you, there's little that you can do. Now, fortunately, this is not a very powerful warship. The 6 is not a great attack number. The odds of rolling a 5 and getting hit are not particularly good. So let's see how it does. We rolled an 8, and it's a miss. So that's great. So we're going to resolve that. And now we get to ram its hull while it's trying to evade us. Now remember, the defensive strength of the ship was 9, so I have to equal or get better than a 9 on my roll. Now because this is a Stalk Attack, a cautious attack, I get a +1 modifier to whatever the result of my dice are. So I have to roll at the moment an 8 or better in order to successfully sink the ship. Whenever you are in combat, you can exert one of your resources in order to get another dice modifier. So let's come back over here. You can see that if I exert Nemo, he's going to shift like a half space to the right and highlight this +2, which means I get a +2 modifier if I use Nemo. If I, on the other hand, this is limit 1. I can only use one of these. If I use the crew instead, I'm going to get a +3. Obviously, that's better. If I use the ship, the ship modifier, I get a +2. So it's in my best interest to exert the crew toward trying to successfully sink this ship. If I am successful and I do roll a 9 or higher after I've modified the result of my dice, then this is simply going to go back to where it started, to the left. This is effectively a wager. If I fail the attack, and I don't do anything to recover from it, then this is going to move to the right, and I will have effectively lost one crew. Now, if you're playing in easy mode, that's the worst that can happen to you. If you're playing it in medium mode, you not only lose that whatever resources you exerted, they all shift to the right, and then they potentially shift one more space to the right if you happen to roll 2 dice and neither one of them is a 1. So if you roll like a 2 and a 3 or a 3 and a 4, then you get 2 hits. So in the case of my crew, if I was playing in medium mode, I would move here, and then I would get hit again and move over here. If you're playing in hard mode, I think you take the number of hits corresponding to the value of the lower die. So that could be pretty disastrous. At the moment, this is what I've got going. There are no other modifiers I have at my disposal unless I used one of my characters, which I'm not going to. Given that I have a dice roll modifier of 4, I have to roll a 5 or better. I think that's, again, pretty good odds. So let's go ahead and see what I get. And I passed. I rolled a 7, which after modification becomes an 11, and it was an easy sink for me. So I've sunken the ship. Now remember, it's not worth any points to me, so I resolved this, and I have 2 choices when it comes to sunken ships. Now when you sink a ship, you have 2 choices. You can either put it on the tonnage track, in which case you score points, but like I said, the Glasgow isn't worth any points to me, so there's no point in putting it on the tonnage track. The other choice is to salvage it. There are 4 spaces here for salvage, and essentially you use salvage in order to refit the Nautilus with more upgrades. So now, from this point on, if I wanted, say, to get electric coil bolts, I would need to have 2 ships in salvage and perform a successful refit action in order to refit the Nautilus with the electric coil bolts. And I would spend whatever ships I had in salvage. So you can only have a maximum of 4 in salvage. Clearly, since it's not worth points to me, and I would like to get another upgrade, I am going to salvage the Glasgow so it shows up on the salvage track. So now we're at the placement phase, and remember that prologue card said during the placement phase you roll 2 white dice. So as you can see, I have rolled 2 white dice and came up with snake eyes. Normally, this would be what's called a lull turn, because the number of action points you get is equal to the difference between the 2 white dice that you roll. I wouldn't score any action points, and some other things happen, like possibly uprisings that I had previously incited get removed, and they're crushed by the anti-imperialistic forces, or the imperialistic forces, I should say. I'll get another gem show up on the adventure deck. Those are the kinds of things that happen at a lull turn. This is not hopefully going to be a lull turn for me because I have the crystalline sensors. And I didn't read this card, but I'll read it quickly. These were the most unusual fixtures protruding from the Nautilus, both at the prow and the rudder. Clear and crystalline in appearance, what their function was, I would only speculate. I should say the narrator here is Professor ARONNAX'S. As all my inquiries about them were met with only secretive smiles in reply. Each placement phase, I may re-roll 1 die 1 time and apply that result. So, because I have the crystalline sensors, I get to re-roll 1 of these dice and maybe get more action points. Now remember, I started the game with 2, so I'm not too badly off here, but I'm going to roll 1 of these and see what happens. Okay, so I've got a differential of 3, and I should have paused, but I'll mention what else happens in the placement phase. But now I have a differential of 3, and with the 2 action points I started with, I now have 5 action points at my disposal, which is pretty much the maximum number of action points you can have, although there are some exceptions and where you could possibly have a 6th or a 7th action point. Now, because I rolled a 1 and a 4, the difference determines the number of action points I get, so that brought me up to 5. Furthermore, because this is the placement phase, another hidden ship gets placed in ocean number 1, and another hidden ship appears in ocean number 4. So maybe you saw that a second hidden ship showed up in the Western Pacific for number 1, and another hidden ship showed up in the South Atlantic for number 4. Next time I'll try to pause so that you could see that happen, so it doesn't go by so fast. Obviously, if you're playing the game with the playing pieces, it goes without saying that you just follow the rules about placement. And there are a number of different rules depending upon what the situation is on the map. Of course, my program handles all that. If you're familiar with my channel, you know that this is what I do. If you've subscribed to my channel, or maybe you've watched, I don't know, some of the 70-odd videos and programs that I've written over the many years, and along that I've accompanied with tutorials and other, maybe some reviews or other commentary. I should mention right now, all these programs that I write for my own personal enjoyment. People are always asking me for a copy. I cannot provide copies because of copyright law. Although there was one instance where the program I wrote for Too Many Bones, which is a Chip Theories game, another solo game, very popular, very relatively expensive game to buy, but definitely worthwhile. They actually wanted me to make the game what I wrote available to the public free of charge. And in that case, that is and was and still is something that you could download if you want to, if you're into that sort of thing. Just go to the Too Many Bones forum on BGG and into the file section, and you'll get more information about downloading my program for that game. Anyhow, while I'm at it, please like or subscribe if you like this kind of thing and want to watch see more of the kinds of videos that I develop and program over time. But let's get back to gameplay here. So now we're going to move on to the action phase, and I have 5 actions to spend. And first and foremost, I know I want to get the treasures that are available to me that are on top of the treasure deck. So if I perform an adventure action, then I will also get as a bonus 2 treasures. And I want those treasures badly because they're certainly worth possible points to me. They might also be worth they may be ways that I could use those treasures for dice modifiers, or I could use them for specific instances where I might need a reroll an emergency, or I might need to bump up hull or crew or the Nemo resource. So treasures, and because I'm exploring, treasures are definitely worthwhile to me, and as are the wonders, which populate many of the treasures. So if I could get a wonder, each one of those is worth 7 points, as you recall, because of this 7 multiplier. So anyhow, I am going to perform an adventure action. This requires 2 action points, so my action points are going to drop down to 3. That's going to reveal one of the adventure cards from the secondary deck, and I'll have to decide if I want to use it or not. If I decide it's too hard and I want to back off, I can. It gets discarded to the bottom of the deck, but I don't get the treasures. I've wasted 2 action points in that case, so I hopefully don't want to do that. So let's go ahead and perform the adventure action, and I get Schiffskriegsspiel, which is worth a wonder. So this is worth 7 points to me. So I definitely want to hang on to it. Now, event cards are either tests, play cards, or keep cards. This is a test. So as you can see, I have to get a test of 8, meet a test of 8, only modifying the crew. That's the only resource I'm able to modify as a result of using this event. The top soldier aboard the Nautilus was Marine Lieutenant Karl Kuhn. This well-studied Pomeranian had a fascination for a naval war game called Schiffskriegsspiel, which I think is made up. He had a Prussian officer's love of drill that occasionally swept up all on board, and he personally led every landing party that Captain Nemo did not. I should also point out that this is a card that comes, I think, in one of the expansions as well. It's not in the core game. So if you own the game but not the expansions, and then you may not have seen this card before. So I'm being asked here, do I want to resolve this card? If I click yes, then I'm going to gain 2 treasures. If I click no, the card gets dumped at the bottom of the deck. So this is definitely worth it to me to try to pass this. All cards are pass-fail. So I definitely want to pass this for the 7 points. And you can see that if I do pass, I get an additional +1 crew DR. I can use this card for an additional +1 crew roll modifier for an entire turn, essentially for an entire round. So yes, I do want to try to meet this test. Now, I have no I could modify the crew, exert the crew, so I'm definitely going to do that. So I have a +3 dice modifier from the crew. So I have to get again a 5 or better. It just happened to work out that way. And let's see how I do. Ooh, easy pass. I ended up with a 14, 11 + 3. So remember the card said if I pass, it goes into my keep pile, potentially for later use. So my keep stack is over here, so I'm going to resolve this, and that card is going to get put into my keep cards. This is essentially what's in my tableau. It's reminding me that I can use this for 1 crew, +1 crew dice modifier later in the game. I got 2 treasure tokens, one of which was a reroll. If I use it, I lose it. But if I don't use it, it's worth 4 points to me at the end of the game. Actually 5, because of my +1 bonus on treasures, because I'm playing in the Explorer with the Explorer motive. And I also have a +1 move. Again, I can retain it, and it's worth 3 points to me at the end of the game, or I could use it for a free move action, which to me is very worthwhile because I get to move 2 spaces instead of 1. Okay, so that was a successful start to the game, and I think I pointed out this is a wonder. That's what the I symbol is. It's a wonder, so it is going to be worth 7. I've already passed it, so it's good. That's a guaranteed 7 points at the end of the game. Whether or not I use it at some point, I hopefully will remember to use it. The gemstones that were on top of the adventure deck are no longer there. They're used up. So unless or until more gemstones appear on the adventure deck, it's not necessarily in my best interest to do another adventure action. I think, like I was saying, I think I'm going to gamble here. I would like to refit the Nautilus, and it's better to refit early on before any of these ships start getting revealed. Now, you could see that the cost, what I'm interested in getting is the Arcane Library. It's cost 2. It's worth 7 points, and it gives me a +1 dice roll modifier anytime I'm performing a search or what's called an Incite Action to incite an uprising. in an effort to lower my notoriety. Now, I've already mentioned that test cards are always pass-fail, but actions tests, when you do a search or you do an insight or a rest or a repair or a refit, those are all tests that give you a different result depending upon the actual what you get on your dice. And very quickly I'll show you the action table, but you can see that if you get a 2 or less, it's possible because of negative dice roll modifiers, that's really bad. If you roll 3 to 6, that's pretty bad as well. Not quite as bad, but bad enough. 7 or better is either a success of some type or another. 7 to 8 is an adequate success. 9 to 11 is a pure success, and 12 or higher is a wonderful success. You kind of get a bonus if you roll a 12. So I was interested in doing a refit action, which cost me 2 action points. And remember I said that I only have 1 ship in salvage, so I wouldn't normally be able to get Arcane Library, but I'm thinking of gambling. All these action tests have a test value of 7. And I'm going to definitely exert the crew. I can only exert one of my resources, so obviously I'm going to exert my best one. So and what I'm aiming to get is a 12 or a higher, because if I get that, I get to gain an upgrade for 1 fewer salvage. So I'd be able to get this essentially at a discount. I'd get it for 1 instead of 2. If I'm not successful in getting a 12 or higher, then that would be pretty disastrous, because I would have wasted 2 action points and gotten nowhere. But when you're performing an action test, either because of a refit or a rest or a repair or an Incite action, you are allowed, and it's mentioned in the notes here, all this information is on the board that was beautifully designed by Ian O'Toole. You can see that I can get a plus X dice roll modifier for exerting 1 ship resource, but I can also get a plus X modifier for 1 spent treasure token, whatever its VP value is. So I am going to use this. I definitely want to try to hold on to the reroll, because that comes in handy, but I can get rid of the move. So this is worth a +2 modifier. So I'm going to go ahead, and I only get to use 1 treasure for a modifier. So I'm going to go ahead and dump the +1 move token in exchange for a +2 dice modifier. So now I have a total of a +5 dice roll modifier. I have to roll a 7 or better to make this gamble pay off. If I don't, I basically screwed up, and it's pretty early in the game, so I may start recording the video all over again if I fail. But believe me, this is the first attempt at this, and I don't know if I would normally gamble if I was really playing the game, but what do I have to lose? It's just a game. So let's see if I can get a 7 or better. Whoa! Okay, I got a 7. All right, so I'm able to resolve this successfully. I got a brilliant result, and therefore I'm able to choose one of these with a discount of 1, and I'm going to choose the Arcane Library, which is Captain Nemo's Arcane Library, housed not only European culture and arts, but also many native histories and legends that helped him discover what the oceans might yield. This, along with electrolocation searching, revealed many secrets. So I'm going to grab that. I am going to have to pay the Glasgow in return, so that's going to disappear and go into my discarded ship tokens. So now I've got 3 Nautilus upgrades at my disposal. The Hydro Drive, which lets me move an extra space. The Arcane Library, which gives me a +1 anytime I search or incite. and the crystalline sensors, which allow me to re-roll one of the dice prior to the placement phase. Now, I still have one action point remaining. You were allowed to carry over one and only one action point from one round to the next. So I could stop and just move on, but I think I'm going to perform a search action. Because there's a gemstone in the European seas, I can do a search action and search for treasure. So that's another test of 7. I get a +1 dice roll modifier for Arcane Library. I'm going to also exert one and only one of my resources, which is going to be the crew. And I think I'm going to turn on my little checkbox here called Auto Exert, which will, from this point going forward, is automatically going to perform an exert, my best exertion, basically. So I'll have to unexert if I want to override, but this will save me from having to remember to always go over here and exert, the crew probably in my case, until these start moving to the right. If you're actually playing the game, you always have to move whatever you're exerting like a half space to the right so you can see where it stands, because it's a wager. If you're successful, you move back. If you fail, you move to the right. So I need to roll a 3 or better, which I think are exceedingly good odds. And this is going to allow me to gain 1 search token. So let's 1 treasure token as a result. Unless I get a 12 or better, in which case I can collect 2 treasures. I got a 6 plus 4 is 10. So I didn't quite get a 12, but I did get a success. So I am going to get 1 treasure out of this, which is what I was intending to do. And I got one of the bad treasures, which says discard this treasure immediately and gain 2 notoriety. There's only one of them in the deck. There's another bad one in the deck that's cost you 3 notoriety, but the deck of treasures is like 60 treasures. There's about 60 some treasures in there, so hopefully my odds of getting that one are pretty slim. But sadly, this was all for naught because I just got 2 notoriety out of it and no benefit. And so I'm now up to 2 notoriety instead of having 0. And here we are into the next round because I ran out of actions. Now I'm going to end my turn, and we're going to move into the next event phase, the next card, the next experience or adventure that we're going to encounter in our travails and travels. And it is VANIKORO. The captain came up to me, put his finger on one spot of the chart, and said this single word, VANIKORO. The effect was magical. I rose suddenly. The Nautilus has brought us to VANIKORO, I asked. Yes, Professor, he says in reply. So VANIKORO is an island in the, is it one of the Solomons or just located around where the Solomon Islands are? I'm not an expert, but I think so. Be that as it may. It's a keep card. It says when the Nautilus is in any Pacific Ocean, you may spend 1 action to pass and collect 2 treasures, or fail and gain up to 2 ship resources. This is worth 4 points to me. Remember, adventure card points are not modified. So if I pass, I'm going to get 4 points and 2 treasures. That's worth a lot, but I can't use it until I'm in the Pacific Ocean, so it's going to just hang out in my tableau until I decide what I want to do with it. So I have 2 cards sitting in my tableau. It's now the placement phase, and I have rolled a 5 and a 3, and the question is, do I want to use crystalline sensors to re-roll one of these dice? These are not Great dice to re-roll. I can re-roll the 3. I could end up a 50-50 chance of getting a 4, 5, or 6. 1 in 6 chance, essentially a 67 chance, or 1 in 6 chance of getting into the 3. But if I can pull off and get a 1 or a 2, is it worth the gamble? I'll try it. Okay, I re-rolled and got another 3, and once again I didn't pause. But what just happened, if you watched closely, is that I just gained 2 action points because the differential is 2. 5 minus 3 is 2. And another hidden ship got placed in the North Atlantic, and another hidden ship got positioned in the European seas. I promise I'm going to try to be more careful and pause so that we can analyze more carefully what happens during the placement phase. Anyhow, it's the action phase. I have 2 action points to spend, and I think I'm going to search again. Now, I can't search in the European seas because I've used up the treasure available gemstone. It's now removed and returned to the supply because I've already searched there. So I'm going to move I'll move west to the North Atlantic. So I'm going to perform a move action. I can move 2 adjacent oceans, but I only need to move 1. So I'm going to move to the North Atlantic and then stop there. That uses up 1 of my action points, and now with the other action point, I am going to perform another search. So I'm going to do a search. This bumped over to the right. I have so far a +4 thanks to the Arcane Library and the crew that I exerted. So I have to get a 3 or better in order to succeed. But I want to do better than a 7 or 8. I'd like to get a 9 or better, hopefully. In that case, I need to get a 5 or better in my roll. Those, again, are pretty good odds. So let's go and see how we do. So you may get the feeling I passed. That obviously there's a lot of rolling of dice in this game, and you may come away thinking, oh, well, there's just a lot of randomness, just random chance. But the truth of the matter is that a lot of thought, especially if you get good at this game, goes into exactly what actions you perform, what you're willing to wager, where you're putting ships. There's just a lot of strategy in this game, so don't get fooled by the fact that there happens to be a lot of dice rolling. So I passed with a 7. Unfortunately, I get the treasure, but I also get a notoriety because when you perform a search and that's basically an adequate success. What's called a suspected success. Somebody may have spied me in the ocean, and therefore my notoriety has increased. So hopefully I'll get a treasure that's worthwhile. Got a +1 adventure, a free adventure action that's worth 4 points to me. So it was okay, but unfortunately now my notoriety is up to 3. And I'm out of action points, so we're moving on to the next event. Drawing from the 28 card deck now, and let's see what we get. The Arabian Tunnel. There's a passageway? Yes, an underground passageway that I've named the Arabian Tunnel. It starts below Suez and leads to the Bay of Pelusium. So I can keep, this is a keep card. It's going to pass. Well, if I move the Nautilus directly, normally I cannot move the Nautilus from between the European seas and the Indian Ocean, which makes the European seas kind of a dead end. This doesn't always come into play, but fortunately it did. It's also worth 5 points to me, 4 points because it's a scientific discovery, and 1 point for the card. So it's an automatic pass. The tunnel's going to appear. It's actually not an automatic pass. It's only going to be a pass if I actually pass through the tunnel. But I'm sure I'm going to do that at some point, if not right now. So tunnel has appeared. And this has gone into my tableau, waiting to decide to see if and when I actually pass through the tunnel. It's early in the game. It's a guaranteed that I'm going to pass through the tunnel. I rolled a 1 and a 3. I'm going to keep the 1 and re-roll the 3 and see if I can do better. Again, using my crystalline sensors. And this time I'm going to stand by on the pause button so that we can analyze again how placement works. Okay, so I did better. I got a 1 and a 4, which is 3 actions. So if you were watching, that's about to that went there. Now, because of the 1, another hidden ship shows up in the number 1 major ocean, the Western Pacific, and because of the 4, another hidden ship is going to show up in the South Atlantic, filling the South Atlantic, all the spaces there. So that's what's happening here. 1 is showing up there, and now the 4 is getting resolved, and the other one's showing up there. So that's basically what happens during a placement phase, but it gets a more interesting, and there are more options to consider as the map starts filling up, which it is going to definitely do. For now, I have 3 action points to spend. Do I want to go right through the Arabian Tunnel and get that out of the way? Sure, why not? So I'm going to perform a move action. And I'm going to move to the European seas. Now, when I'm moving, the dotted lines are there to show you connections for purposes of placement. I'll talk more about those later. But when you're moving, you have to move through the blue lines that connect one ocean to the other, or in my case, the Arabian Tunnel, which gets me from the European seas to the Indian Ocean. So I'm going to go to the European seas from the North Atlantic and now proceed through the tunnel into the Indian Ocean. The Arabian Tunnel passes. You saw that there was a pass on that. So these are pass-fail, and I passed because I actually used the tunnel. Okay, so that was my first of 3 action points that I just spent. Because I moved and I'm in another major ocean with another gemstone, I'm going to try and search again. So, search, and my crew's being exerted with my arcane library. Once again, I have to beat or equal or exceed a 7. I have a dice roll modifier of 4, so I have to roll a 3 or better, hopefully higher than that. Oh, okay, I got a double 5, so that's a 14 effectively. That's a Eureka search. I collect 2 treasures instead of just 1. Hopefully they'll both be good. I got a 3-point treasure, which is worth 4 points to me, and I got a +1 action. If I keep until the end of the game, it's worth 3 points to me. 2 points because it has a value of 2, +1 point for the bonus that I get because I'm in explore mode. Remember, all my treasures are worth +1. So that was a worthwhile search, and I have 1 action point left, which I could use to... what happened to my ship? So do I want to spend this last action point, or do I want to just carry it over until the next round? I'll just use it, and I think I will... what do I want to do with 1 action point? Well, I could do an incite to try to incite an uprising, in which case I could possibly lose some of this notoriety, but it's not really dangerously high yet. I could attack whatever this hidden ship happens to be. It's a little risky because I don't know what kind of ship it is. Now, in the early part of the game, it's either a non-warship of some sort, or potentially it is an early design warship, which is not overly powerful, but it does have some attack value to it. What the hell, I'll gamble and we'll perform a Stalk Attack. So I'll remember with a Stalk Attack, I get that +1 modifier. So let's do an attack, a stalk attack, and the ship that it actually is a non-warship. It's the Cutty Sark, which is a British clipper. It is worth 2 points to me if I sink it, assuming I put it on the tonnage track. Although the chances are I'll probably salvage it for another refit later on. I have to get a 5 or better. And let's see how I do. Success. So I've sunk it. It gives me a notoriety. Notice the ship. Now, when I highlight over this, you see 2 ships that are showing up there. The top one is the one I'm actually have on the board. The bottom one is what happens to be on the flip side. During play, you always have the option of flipping over a ship token to see what happens to be on the other side of it, because there will be times when you'll need to know. So I'm only showing the bottom part of this for informational purposes. It's the top display that actually shows the actual ship that we're talking about. I want to salvage this for purposes of a later refit. I think I probably have my eye on getting Officer's Mess. That allows me to do a free move action anytime I perform an action that I spent 2 action points for. So I'm going to salvage the Cutty Sark. And I'm now out of action points, so we're moving on to our next exciting adventure, the Lost Continent. But Captain Nemo came over and stopped me with a gesture. Then, picking up a piece of chalky stone, he advanced to a black basaltic rock and scrawled this one word: Atlantis. Okay. This is a test card. It's worth 8 points to me, 7 because it's a wonder, and 1 point for the adventure card value of it. 11's going to be tough to get, but it does allow me to exert both Nemo and my crew, which will give me a +5. I have no choice. This is an actual event in the game, so I have no choice but to attempt this test, and this is the best I can do. So I have to hope that I get a 6 or better. I rolled a 5, which is a fail. So how important is it to me? If I pass, I collect 2 treasures or gain 1 Nemo. The value of passing is really high. The treasures may be, the card itself is worth 8, and the treasures could be as much as 14 if I get good treasures. Boy, it's a little early in the game to start using an emergency, but I think I'm going to use Ned Land. So Ned Land, the harpooner, he's normally worth 4 points at the end of the game, but I can use him now as a +1 modifier after the roll. So I can essentially make this 10 and 11 and force a pass. Unfortunately, he's going to die as a result. Well, not die, but maybe just put in the brig, because there are some events that allow you to recover lost characters. So I am going to use Ned, because this is worth potentially a lot of points. So I have Ned Land is now dead. Oh, notice that he has a notoriety icon on him, so I gained a notoriety for using him, so now I'm up to 5 notoriety. You can see that climbs pretty quickly. But now I have passed the card, and once again, what did it say? I get a choice of, what was it, 2 treasures or a Nemo? Yeah, so I definitely want the 2 treasures. Okay, I got the Great Barrier Reef, which is a wonder, worth 7 points to me. Remember, wonders are worth 7 points. And I got a treasure of value 2, which is worth 3 points to me, 2 + 1 for the bonus. So I got 10 points out of that, which is not a bad haul. plus the value of the card itself. I rolled a 4 and a 5. So what do I want to re-roll here? I'm not very good when it comes to statistics. I think I'll just re-roll the 5 and see what I get. I'm going to pause. Okay, so I got a 6, which is a little better. That gives me a differential of 2, so I'm going to get 2 action points. A hidden ship is going to show up in the South Atlantic, which is number 4. These get evaluated, by the way, lowest to highest. So you always evaluate these low to high. You can see I can no longer put a hidden ship in the South Atlantic, so therefore I have the option, I have to put one in an ocean that is adjacent to the South Atlantic. And I'm going to get prompted about that momentarily. The 6 is going to get resolved by just putting a hidden ocean token, a hidden ship token in the Indian Ocean. So that's how that's going to work. That's how that is going to work out. I'm going to unpause. I'm going to get my 2 action points from the differential. And now I'm being prompted, where do I want to put the hidden ship token, because I can't stick it right in the Atlantic. I don't know that it makes a huge difference this early in the game. I'll put it in the Cape of Good Hope. Okay, and the other one went in the Indian Ocean because of the 6. And now I have 2 action points to spend. And do I simply want to do another search? Or I can travel, because we're on a circular globe here, I can travel east and come back around to the Western Pacific and maybe resolve the VANIKORO, which you remember when you're in the Pacific Ocean, you could spend an action point to pass and collect 2 treasures. I think that's worth it to me, so I will perform a move action again. I'll tell you, if I didn't have my my crystalline sensors, I don't know that I'd be doing this much movement, because wasting action points on movement can be pretty detrimental. But between that and hopefully getting the officer's mess at some point, I'll be in a much better position and can very freely move at my disposal. I am going to move and come from the Indian Ocean around the globe to the Western Pacific. This is reminding me that I've reached a place where I can resolve the VANIKORO. I'm going to stop there. And now I'm going to spend 1 action to resolve VANIKORO, which is going to hopefully just give me 2 treasures and pass. Okay. 2 treasures, so the card passes, and I got the Abyss, which is a wonder worth 7 points, and a free 2 move action token worth 4 points if I keep it, if I don't use it at some point during the game. That paid off. That was definitely worthwhile. So it's pretty hard to win this game. You have to get a score of 250 or higher, which is pretty hard to do, but it's easier if you're playing in easy mode. So we'll see how well I do. I'm obviously not spending a lot of time concentrating too much, but I'm just going by my gut instinct here. Okay, that will end our adventure and move into the next event. Ned Land's tempers. Before I could make a single movement to prevent him, the Canadian rushed at the poor man, threw him down, held him by the throat. The steward was choking in the grip of those powerful hands. Remember, Ned Land is a whaler and a master harpooner, very strong guy. I don't know if Kirk Douglas really looked the part. He looked strong enough. He was in pretty good shape in those days. And he got to do a little singing. I'm remembering the movie now from many years, watching it many years ago. Yeah, he was a good Ned Land. Anyhow, this is a test I can exert the Nemo and the crew, and I've got to get a 10 or higher in order to pass. And if I do pass, then before any future test roll, I can get a +3 DRM. Okay. So I've got to get a 5 or higher, which again are pretty good odds for me. So hopefully I will. Just about got a 5. So I essentially, with my roll modifier, got a 10, and I passed the test. So that is going to go into my keep pile. Okay, so Nedland's Temper and Schiffskriegsspiel. Schiffskriegsspiel is, pardon my German. I have a German name too, so you would think I could speak better German, but alas, I can't. I rolled a 4 and a 2. Maybe I won't. Maybe I'll just stick with that. I didn't do too well the last time we rolled with it. I think I'll just stick with the 2 and the 4. So with the 2 and the 4, a hidden ship will appear in the Eastern Pacific first because of the 2. And again, I'm going to get asked where I want to put a hidden ship token for the South Atlantic because that's filled up. So I'm either going to put it in North Atlantic or in Cape Horn. Let's go ahead and cancel out of the crystalline sensors. There's the hidden ship in the Eastern Pacific, and now I'm being asked, do I want to put my blank up here or down here? My hidden, I keep calling it a blank. It's a hidden ship token. I will put it in the Cape Horn. Again, this probably not. It's not until you start revealing ships that you have to start thinking carefully about where you want to reveal them. Okay, well, I'm in the Western Pacific. I could do another search. Yeah, I think that's what I'll do. So here we go again. My Arcane Library and my +3 exerted crew gives me a +4. I need a 3 or better, but preferably a 6 or better. Preferably an 8 or better, and I'll get a Eureka. I got a 5, which is a success. So at least I don't get a notoriety. I do collect 1 treasure as a result. Let's see what I got. I got a +1 hull token, which gives me a +1 on my hull, moving it back to the left if I ever decide to use it. If I retain it, it's worth 4 points to me at the end of the game. 3 plus the 1 bonus point because it's a treasure. All right. What do I want to do with my remaining action points? Save it or do something with it? You can see I'm eating up all these gemstones really quickly. And the only way to get gemstones to reappear, short of potentially an event that does it, is to have a lull turn. A turn where the 2 white dice are the same and you don't get any actions. So hopefully you get one, you had 1 carried over from the previous round. I don't see myself, because of my crystalline sensors, I don't think I'm going to have too many lull turns in this game. At least I don't plan to. I could do another Stalk Attack and hope I get a non-warship, because I would like to get another ship into salvage. I don't know if I'm willing to gamble getting a 12 again in order to get the officer's mess at a discount. Yeah, let's try an attack, a Stalk Attack. You'll see how bold attacks work later. Okay, I got a non-warship. It is the Roan, a male ship, and it's going to cost me 1 notoriety if I sink it. Sadly, a lot of people are not going to get their letters if I'm successful. I have the crews exerted. I have a +1 because it's a stock, so I need to get a 3 or better. Pretty easy to sink this baby. Oh, easily successful. I wish I could have saved that roll for like a search or something. But I'll resolve that. And I do get the notoriety because I sunk the ship and it's going into salvage. So the Roan and the Cutty Sark are both in salvage, and I'm going to use those to get the officer's mess probably. I don't think I have an interest in the bolts or the clockwork cipher. I don't think so. But I'm out of action points, so we're moving on to the next event. An underwater coal field. Now then, right at this spot, the sea covers entire forests that sank underwater in prehistoric times. Today, turned to stone, transformed into carbon fuel, they offer me inexhaustible coal mines, as the captain says. And this is right out of the book, I presume, because it is in quotes. And it is worth 6 points to me, 2 adventure points and 1 science, which is I get a 4 times multiplier on. It's a keep card. When the Nautilus is in the North or South Atlantic, you may fail and gain 2 hull. If I don't use the card, it's going to pass at the end of the game. So probably I will just hang on to this, unless I get dangerously low on my hull, which hopefully won't happen. Moving on to the placement phase, rolling the 2 white dice. I got a 5 and a 2. I think I will pass again on using the crystalline sensors. That will give me 3 action points, 5 minus 2. It'll put a hidden ship in the Eastern Pacific and a hidden ship in the European seas. There's one more space down here. So we'll go with that. Okay. I think I will start by moving to the Eastern Pacific. Okay. All right. So I've moved. Now I'm going to perform a search. I have 2 action points remaining. I have to get a 3 or better. Hopefully an 8 or better. I got a, oh, too bad. I got a 7. All right. Well, I got an 11, which is just a plain success. So I'm going to get 1 treasure out of it. And I got a +1 Nemo, which is worth 5 points to me. If I hold on to it, I could spend it and get an increase in my Nemo if it ever gets dangerously low. All right, 1 action point remaining. Should I do another attack? So far, I've had pretty good odds. What the hell? Do I need the other attack, though? If I'm planning to just do a refit and... Well, it depends what the attack is. Well, let's see what it's worth. Stalk Attack, for sure. It is a non-warship. It is the Ariel, another British clipper. 1 notoriety. If I sink it, it is worth 2 points to me. Non-warships sunk are worth their face value. Though I might salvage it. Not sure what the point of salvaging it would be, though, if I'm not planning to get anything else here. I don't know. Well, let's see how I do first. I need a 5 or better to successfully sink it. This is with my crew automatically exerted. I got an 8. Okay, that's a success. No problem there. So my notoriety goes up, and let's put it in salvage. You just never know how I might want to use it. You know, in the grand scheme of things, what was it, 2 points? Yeah, 2 points. It's not worth that much. In the grand scheme of things, though, to me, every point probably matters a great deal because I don't know that I'm going to do particularly well. Anyhow, I'm out of action points. So far, I've been doing okay. Nothing disastrous happened. I did have to spend one of my characters, but beside that, I'm no great catastrophe. So let's move on to the next adventure. We've reached the first intermission, Act 2. I was admiring the magnificent aspect of the ocean when Captain Nemo appeared. He did not seem to be aware of my presence, and he began a series of astronomical observations. Then, when he had finished, he went and leant on the cage of the watchlight and gazed abstractedly into the ocean, or on the ocean. I should point out here that the deck is configured in a very specific way, depending upon what your motive. You start by drawing one of the finale cards blindly, so you don't know what the last card's going to be, but there's a finale to the story. You mix that up, I think, with 5 other cards, and so now you know, and so that's the bottom of the draw deck. So you know the finale is one of those bottom 6 cards. It could be the 6 from the top, bottom, or it could be the bottom or somewhere in the middle. And then you take, in the case of the Explorer mode, you take 8 cards at random, I think. I'm doing this from memory. You add to it a card that's called Rising Action, because you always play with the Rising Action. It shows up at one point or another. You shuffle those together, put those on top. You put the Act 3 card on top of that. You take another 8 cards, again, because of Explorer. You mix those up, put that on top. You put the second Act 2 first intermission on top of that, and then 5 more go on top of that. And then the last card is the prologue, which we saw at the beginning. So that's how you end up with a 31 card deck. We're down to 23, and we've reached the first intermission. So the dark yellow reinforcement ships have been added to the ship draw pool. And we're going to continue right on to the next card. And from now on, we're rolling 2 white dice and a black die to begin each placement phase. So now more things are going to get placed. You still subtract the low white die from the high white die, but the black die is there to add another ship placement. So things dynamically get worse and worse as the game goes on. If I come back to the tonnage track, these dark yellow ships, as soon as I play through this card, these are going to get added to the supply of ships in the bag, in the draw bag. Okay, so we'll continue. And now we've got another event, As Master Wishes. In Conceal, I had a seasoned specialist in biological classification, an enthusiast who could run with acrobatic agility up and down the whole ladder of branches, groups, classes, subclasses, orders, families, genera, subgenera, species, and varieties. It's funny, thinking back, Peter Lorre does not quite fill that bill. If you know Peter Lorre, the famous actor, he's known for lots of different films, but he was in Casablanca. He had that very special voice. You know it if you hear him. Anyhow, I don't think he was a little pudgy, but yeah, he was okay as the Conceal. Anyhow, this is a keep card. If Conceal is still in play during any one future action phase, you may spend up to 3 actions to collect 1 treasure for each action spent. Afterward, or if and when the Conceal is not in play, you have to fail this card. But at the end of the game, if you still have the card and you haven't used it, it's a pass. Okay? Placement phase. So there's my 3 dice now. And I rolled a 3 and a 2, so I definitely want to re-roll one of those. Let's try re-rolling the 3. I'm not sure. And I paused, so I got a 4, so that's a little better. So I got 2 action points, and we're going to get, in the Eastern Pacific, a hidden ship. In the North Atlantic, a hidden ship. And in the South Atlantic, it's automatically going to go into the North Atlantic, or it may, my program may prompt me, but it has to go into the North Atlantic, because that's the only empty space now that's adjacent to the South Atlantic. Oh, it did it for me automatically. Great. Okay. All right. 2 action points to spend. Should I just do my refit and get that done right now? Oh, and I remember, if I do a refit, I get to do a free move action, because that's a 2, because of my, oh no. Well, actually, if I buy the officer's mess, how does my program handle that? Does that take effect immediately, and do I therefore get... Well, let's see. Nemo's officers were less reclusive than the captain. One of their pleasures aboard the Nautilus was to congregate around a handsome gilded mess table. There, they could meet, dine, and discuss plans necessary to keep the Nautilus in trim, and their crew busy with adventures and their ship on the move. That's worth 1 point to me, 1 adventure point at the end of the game. It costs me 2. I would just need to refit and be successful, and I'd have to get rid of 2 of my salvage ships. I think I will do the refit, and then I'll get a free move action. Well, do I get a free move action? This is what provides me the free move action. After completing an action that you paid 2 action points to perform, after completing an action, you may immediately conduct a free move action. So do I get to do this because I just did a refit action which cost 2 points, and I'm now using the refit to get the officer's mess itself? I can't remember. I think my program says yes, I can't do that. Though that is somewhat of an edge case, I suppose, but it's not that big of a deal. So I am going to do a refit. I am exerting the crew. Now I can right-click treasure, remember, to increase my odds. But in this case, I don't need a brilliant success. I just need a success. I need a 7 or better, which with a dice modifier of 3, I need a 4 or better. That's pretty good. I would have to gain an upgrade and lose a treasure if I got a 7 or an 8. But I think with a +3, I can do better than that. So let's see how I do. I got a 10 with the modifier, which is a pure success. So that's great. And I am going to take officer's mess. So I do have 1 in salvage standing by. And now I get my free move action. So let's move to Cape Horn and the South Atlantic. Didn't I have then I can possibly deal with the underwater coalfield. I can't remember what the card says, but I have to be in the Atlantic to use it. So my program's reminding me about that. And let's see. When the Nautilus is in the North or South Atlantic, you may fail and gain 2 hull. Otherwise, you pass at the end of the... Yeah, I don't want to use this card. I think I am going to turn off the notification on it. This way, every time I go into the Atlantic, it's not going to remind me. Okay, that's fine. Okay. So I'm out of action points. I am moving on to the next episode. A sacrifice to the gods. I am the law and I am the judge. I am the oppressed and there is the oppressor. Through him I have lost all that I loved, cherished and venerated, country, wife, children, father and mother. I saw all perish. All that I hate is there. Say no more. Clearly, Nemo has issues. This is an automatic fail, and I lose at least one, but I may elect to lose more, up to 3 combination of non-Nemo resources, if available. For each one that I lose or sacrifice, I gain 1 Nemo and 1 notoriety. So I have to pay 1 to get a Nemo and a notoriety, which is not a great deal, but I don't have a choice. Automatic fail. I guess if I lose a hull, then my wager ability with the hull is down to a +1. But if I lose a crew, I'm still at +3. So I think I will lose 1 crew to gain 1 Nemo and gain 1 notoriety. All right, and I'm going to obviously stop there. That's enough of that. Okay, I rolled a 1, 2, and a 3. What I want to do with crystalline sensors, I think I want to re-roll the 2. Okay, wow, that's great. I got a 6. So that's 5 action points. And a hidden ship will go into the Western Pacific because of the 1. The 3 will result in a hidden ship going into the Arctic Ocean. That's the only empty space adjacent to the North Atlantic. And the 6 is going to cause a hidden ship to appear in the Indian Ocean. Okay, but I have a heck of a lot of action points to spend. And I guess I want to search right off the bat, because I don't know, this is my last gemstone on the map. Unless I get a lull turn later on, or something else that populates the map with gemstones. I will do a search. So Arcane Library and my crew exertion gives me a +4 modifier. I need hopefully a 5 or better. Those are pretty good odds. Oh, I barely passed. An 8, collect a treasure but gain a notoriety. Well, yeah, I'm not going to waste one of my benefits on that, so I'll just deal with it. Oh, no! That's add 3 more notoriety tokens, so I got both bad tokens. Actually, those are the only bad notoriety tokens that are in the treasure bag. There may be 1 or 2 or 3 others that are not particularly good. There's one I know that causes you to lose a character or lose a resource or something. But that just cost me 4 notoriety. That's not good. What a waste of a turn. Well, at least there are no more of those plus notoriety tokens in the bag. Of course, my searching is pretty much behind me at this point, so the only way I'm going to get treasures probably is through event cards. Maybe I should Incite, because I am getting close to the blue reveal, and I don't want to know that I want more reinforcements. Remember, the 4 dark yellow ships have been added to the bag, so now there's a little bit more stuff lurking in there. Yeah, I think it's time to do an incite action. So with an incite action, I'm essentially trying to incite an incursion, an uprising. And when I'm in the South Atlantic, that could be the Paraguayan War near the South Atlantic, or it can be the Ashanti Wars, or it can be Livingston's expedition near the South Atlantic. I don't know why that is distracting, but I guess everybody gets excited by it. So I'm going to do an incite action. Now, in the case of an incite, again, it's a test of 7. I get the benefit from the exerting the crew and the arcane library. And I can discard a treasure, because if I get a 12 or better, I lose 2 notoriety instead of just 1. So it might pay me to spend a treasure to do that. If I dump the 3, then I need a 5 or better to get 2 notoriety knocked off. Those are good odds. I will go. Now I'm giving up 4 points just to shave off a notoriety, an extra notoriety, hopefully. Of course, there's no guarantee. But I know from experience that this is going to get close. And I just in one turn got 4 notoriety. So yeah, I'm going to spend those points. And so now I have a +7 modifier. So if I can get a 5 or better, I'll hit a 12 and I'll be able to place the cube and lose 2 notoriety instead of just 1. Wow, just barely. Got a 5, which gave me a 12. I will put the cube. It doesn't really matter where I put it, so I'll just stick it over here in the Paraguayan War, and I will lose 2 notoriety, so I'll be down to 10 notoriety as a result. And there are only so many cubes in the game. There's 10 cubes, uprising cubes available. There is an event that gives you 2 more potentially. Don't know if that'll show up. At least knock my notoriety down by 2, so that's okay. That helped ease the pain. Where am I? In the South Atlantic? Should I try another attack? It's better to attack when you know what it is you're attacking, as opposed to having it be a surprise. It could be a dark yellow ship. Not great odds. I mean, there's probably 40 ships in the bag plus the 4 dark yellows, so I have a 4 out of 4 chance of getting an attack ship. Well, a bad attack ship. Remember, the bag started with some bad attack ships, warships. Let's try to do a Stalk Attack. Oh, okay, I got another non-warship. It is the Britannia, a freighter. It will cost me 2 notoriety if I sink it. It's an American freighter, but it's worth 3 points to me. So I think that's definitely going on the tonnage track. Okay, so I've got +4 DRM chalked up. 1 for the stock and 1 for my crew. I probably want to get my crew. I may want to do a rest action in order to increase my crew. Maybe I'll do that next. Anyhow, let's see how I did on the Stalk Attack. Okay, I got a 10. I passed again, just barely by the skin of my teeth. So I sink the ship, I get the 2 notoriety, and it's going to go on the tonnage track. So it's going to get recorded in the South Atlantic on the tonnage track. And let me just show you something about this. So if I fill up the first column, I'm going to get 8 bonus points at the end of the game. If I'm able to fill up the first and second column, I get 12 bonus points. Next, I'll get, if I fill up 3 columns, I'll get 17, and then I'll get 23, and then 30, and then 40. So sinking a lot of ships is worth a lot of points, but it's also worth a lot of notoriety, potentially. But that's how the tonnage track works, and I'm 1 ship toward doing a little bit better. I think I will do that rest action, which gives me a free move action afterwards. So I'm going to do a rest, which I can't exert the crew for because I'm doing a rest action in order to improve my crew ability. I could spend 1 treasure if I want to. I don't know that I want to. I'm exerting the hull. Do I want to exert the hull or do I want to exert Nemo? I think I actually prefer exerting Nemo. Instead of the hull. I still need a 5 or better, so odds are pretty good. I don't need, well, actually, if I get a 12 or better, I gain 2 crew, which puts me back to where I started. I don't know that I want to get rid of a treasure for that. I'd be happy just getting 1 crew. I got a 9. Which is effectively only an 11. So, so not quite enough to gain 2 crew, but I gained 1 crew and didn't gain any notoriety. So that's a successful action. Now I get a free move action as a result. I don't know what the point. Well, I guess the point of moving is that I essentially want to get more tokens in these other. I want to fill this column up. So I think I will move. I'll move to the North Atlantic. And I guess I'll stop there. And there's that bug again. And I know what the problem is. Okay, that shouldn't happen any longer. I fixed the bug. It was a pretty quick fix. And I am out of action points. So we're moving on. Public opinion. Traders, ship owners, captains of vessels, skippers, and master mariners from Europe and America, naval officers from every country, and at their heels, the various national governments on these 2 continents were all extremely busy, disturbed by the business. This is an automatic fail. It's a play card. Place 1 ship token in each major ocean using the usual placement procedure. Oh, that's going to speed things up very quickly. For each revealed ship token so placed, gain 1 notoriety. So I'm placing in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So I'm going to, hidden ship is in 1. That's okay. A hidden ship will go in 2. A ship's going to get, a hidden ship will go here for the North Atlantic. But then when I get to the South Atlantic, I'll have everything filled up. So 1 ship is going to get revealed in one of these 3 areas. It's up to me where. The 5 will put a token down here. And then the 6 is going to put a token over here because the western... No, that'll be filled up. So that's another ship. I'm going to get 2 notoriety out of this. And a lot of hidden ships. And some revealed ships. This is not great. Well, not everything works to your benefit. So bang, bang, bang. Okay, it's the Zealand. Where do I want to put the Zealand? I get to see what's coming out so I can choose where to place it. It is, we're working on the 3 here, so it has to be No, we're working on the 4, I think. So it has to be in the South Atlantic or one of the adjacent oceans. My ship is missing in action here. How come? Didn't I fix that? Okay, well, that'll get fixed. That's where I'm putting the Zealand. And now I'm putting, the Ferdinand Max, which is a warship. It's an ironclad from, looks like Prussia. I'll stick that in the Cape of Good Hope. Oh, there's my ship. Did I just miss it a second ago? I'm not sure. But I'm going to put the Ferdinand Max, I think I'll bury it in the Cape of Good Hope. So I did gain 2 notoriety out of that. So again, I'm getting close to the reinforcements coming out. I rolled a 2, 3, and a 2. For the placement, let's try to re-roll the 3. And I paused, so I got a 4, that's better. That's 2 actions. And a 2 is going to cause a blank token here, a hidden ship token here, another hidden ship token for the other 2, and the 4 is going to cause a reveal again. Hopefully I'll get a easy ship and I can reveal it in the South Atlantic and take it out right away. Maybe. Wait a second. Why is my ship in the South Atlantic? Didn't I move to the North Atlantic at the end of my last turn after I did that rest action? I'm confused. Rest. Oh, I didn't save. I got the free move action, but I didn't save the changes because I went to fix that bug. So I'm going to just get my ship into the North Atlantic because that's where it belongs. Okay, that was my error for not saving before. Okay, so I'm in the North Atlantic. And I've got a 2-4-2, so I'm going to get 2 action points, and I just described what's going to happen. We are going to get another ship that's going to get revealed down here somewhere. Let's unpause and see what happens. Okay, so it is the Ellen Southard, it's an American freighter. It is worth 2 notoriety, or cost 2 notoriety, if and when I sink it. And I'm in the North Atlantic, and the Zealand is up there as well. Yeah, let's put it in the North Atlantic. It is North. Oh, warning! There are no open spaces on the board. Okay, so that's a warning because there is that situation during the placement phase that if you have to place a ship somewhere on the board in an open space, it's one of the 4th conditions you have to meet. So it's unlikely it's going to happen, but it's something I have to be concerned with because it is an immediate loss if you get to that condition and there are no empty spaces on the board. So in that case, I might want to attack. That's why I put these easy ships in the North Atlantic. Do I want to attack right off the bat? I could do a bold attack. Now, what a bold attack is, remember the Stalk Attack is you're sneaking up on a ship. You get a +1 as a dice modifier, and then that's it. When you do a bold attack, you don't get the +1 modifier, but if you sink the ship successfully and you add it to your tonnage, then you get to continue and do another bold attack. Now, each time you do another bold attack, because it doesn't cost you any additional action points, you do gain 1 notoriety. So there's a cost to notoriety in doing it. But I've got these 2 easy ships, and they're worth, what, 3, and they're worth 5 points to me. So do I take them? Yeah, I think I will take them out in one fell swoop. If I do, however, that's going to result in 1 plus 2. This is 2 notoriety. This is 1 notoriety. That's 3. Plus doing the extra attack is another notoriety. That's 4 notoriety. I'm easily going to get the blue reinforcement ships added to the bag. And you can see that these are pretty mean warships. Look at their defense values of 11, and there's an attack value of 9 on that one. Attack value of 10 on the Bellerophon or Bellerophon. But I think I'm going to hit that mark pretty quickly anyway, so maybe I'll just get it out of the way. So let's start with the Zealand. Now, of course, if I fail with my bold attack, it doesn't cost me any extra notoriety. It doesn't cost me any notoriety at all if I fail, but then my attacks just stop immediately. And the other condition is it has to go in the tonnage track, not the salvage track. All right, so let's start by a bold attack against the Zealand. I've got +3 on the crew, and that's it. I need a 6 or better. It is a passenger ship. Oh, hopefully a British passenger ship. Hopefully people were not on vacation, so not too many people on board. But there's hopefully plenty of lifesavers, life preservers, and lifeboats. Ouch. Okay, I passed with an extra edge of a safety margin there. And I get a notoriety because Zealand has a notoriety for sinking it. It's going in the tonnage track. Do I want to mount another bold attack at a cost of 1 notoriety? I guess I do, because that's why I chose bold attack. So this time we're going after the Ellen Southard, which has 2 notoriety associated with it, and she is a freighter with a defense of 10. Okay, so I need a 7 or better. Woo, an 11. Okay, that's an easy pass. So she is going on the tonnage track as well. The blue reinforcements have now gotten put in the bag. That's done. And she's going in tonnage. Now, she went into tonnage. No, I'm not going to mount another bold attack. But she went into tonnage, but really I need to fill these guys before I can even make use of the fact that Ellen Southard's in the second column. I do have 1 action point remaining, so who else do we want to stock? Well, I got to move, and then that's that. So let's move. I guess I'll move to the European seas, right? That's not on the... Yeah, from there I can go into the Indian Ocean and then wrap around to the Western Pacific. Yeah, let's move to the European seas. Stop there. My bug's fixed, so my ship is still alive and well. And out of action, so let's see what happens next. A capital encounter. Soon the Canadian announced that the craft was a big battleship, the Canadian being Ned Land. A double-decker ironclad, complete with ram. Dark, dense smoke burst from its 2 funnels. Its furled sails merged with the lines of its yardarms. The gaff of its fore and aft sail flew no flag. So this is another one of those immediate stalk attacks. This is the second one. So remember, on the tonnage track, we have this ship, the Glasgow. The capital ship is the Cerberus. So I happen to get both cards that bring out these mean black ships. This is a British capital ship. It's going to cost me 1 notoriety. It is worth 2 points to me, 3 minus 1. It has an attack value of 8 and a defense of 10, and I have no choice in the matter. I have to attack it. And it is going to be, I'm basically going to conduct the attack off board, so to speak, because if I sink it, it's sunk and it goes on the tonnage track. But if I don't sink it, then it gets put in the European seas, whether I like it or not. Even though it's full with other ship tokens, it gets overstacked and just kind of sits right next to the other tokens there. Hopefully I can take this guy out. Let's see. And it's an automatic fail on top of it. It's not worth any points. Oh, it is worth points. It's worth 2 points to me on the tonnage track. It attacks first with an attack strength of 8, and I have no DRMs. So I have to get an 8 or better to avoid being hit. If I get hit, you'll see what happens. I got hit. Okay, so basically when you get hit, you look at the lower die, and that determines how many hits you suffer. I'm going to get 1 hit. Now to resolve the hit, you roll a d6, and if it's a 1, you hit Nemo. If it's a 2 or a 3, you hit the crew. If it's a 4, 5, or 6, you hit the ship, the hull. I got a 1, so Nemo took the hit. Now I'm exerting crew in my attack against the Cerberus. And because it's a Stalk Attack, I get a +1 on top of the +3 from the crew, so I need a 6 or better. Again, an easy victory. Wow. Boy, I love those high rolls. So I sunk the ship. It's going to give me 1 notoriety. And it's going to go on the tonnage track and satisfy my European seas. So at least I got that done. Placement phase, I got a 4, 5, and a 6. Let's try to reroll the 4. Maybe we'll get a 1. Okay, I got a 3, so that's 3 action points. And placement-wise, a hidden ship in the North Atlantic for the 3. Another hidden ship in the North Atlantic for the 5. And the 6 looks like it's a reveal. Because this is full, this is full, this is full, and the Western Pacific is full. So I'm going to get 1 revealed ship out of this. So this is for the 6. And it is the Mary Celeste. Ooh, that's a ghost ship. British ghost ship. It is worth a wonder point, which to me is worth 7 points. So I definitely want to sink this baby. It doesn't have any notoriety. Yeah, I definitely want this this one. So where do I want to put it? I'm in the European seas. Maybe I just stick it right up there. Or do I put it in the Indian Ocean where I'm going next? Let's put it in the Indian Ocean. Yes, no open spaces remaining on the map. Okay, so my first action of my 3 action points is going to be to move to the Indian Ocean, clearly, and stop there. Now I'm going to Stalk Attack the Mary Celeste. And I've got a +4 dice, so I need a 3 or better. She's a non-warship. I'm not sure why she's a ghost ship. But I got a 13. So she sunk. No notoriety for it, and it goes in the Indian Ocean on the tonnage track. I'm getting pretty close to filling up the first column. And now I'm moving to the South Atlantic, I guess. I think I want to pass by the Ferdinand Max. I'd like to stick to non-warships for now, at least, until I don't have a choice. So let's do another move action. And go here, and then go there. And those are all my action points. We're moving on. The whales trying to crush the Nautilus with their sheer mass. Through the windows, you could see their enormous mouths paved with teeth, their fearsome eyes. I thought the whales were friendly. Are these killer whales, maybe, that are after the Nautilus? What's this tentacle up there? That's the squid. That's another adventure. That's right out of the book, but I don't know why there's a tentacle there. The Nautilus doesn't have a tentacle. Be that as it may, this is a test of 9. Crew and hull I can exert, which is, to me, worth a 5. If I pass, I collect 2 treasures or gain 1 crew. I probably will take the treasure. This looks like, I shouldn't say it's an easy victory, because all I need is a 4 or better, but I don't want to jinx myself, but I think I can get a 4 or better. I got a 7, which equates to a 12, which is a pass. And I've already forgotten what the card said. Collect 2 treasures or 1 crew. I want the 2 treasures. And I got a 2-point treasure, which is worth 3 points, and a +1 reroll, which always comes in handy. It's worth 5 at the end of the game, but if I get in a pickle, I can use it to reroll the dice anytime. Any dice. I could even reroll these dice, I suppose, if I want to. But most likely I'd want to roll it in a test. Okay, I got a 2, 2, and a 4, so that's a lull turn unless I get a better die here. So let's roll one of those 2s. Okay, I got a 2, 4, 4. That's 2 actions. Placement-wise, a ship's going to get revealed in the Eastern Pacific, or the Central, or Cape Horn, or possibly the South Pacific. That's my choice. The 4s are going to result in ships getting revealed somewhere around here, and another 4. So I'm getting 3 ships revealed. So I need to start taking out some of these ships, because I have 1 blank space over here, but it's not going to get filled this turn. So that's a little bit of a safety margin. But again, it's unlikely that I'll run into I don't even think it's possible, is it? The way you run into that situation where you have to look for an empty space is when all the ships are revealed in the ocean and all adjacent oceans. So that's unlikely. So I'm okay for the time being. So the warning's there, but it's not a terrible, it's not a dire warning. Okay, the Fujiyama is a Japanese warship, and it's appearing somewhere down here off of the Eastern Pacific. I'll put it in the Eastern Pacific. Another warship, the Jilland. What is that, a Russian armored frigate? I'm not sure what that flag is in the 19th century. What was that flag? Can't remember. But it has to go into one of these three areas because it has to be adjacent or in the South Atlantic. I'll put it, well, I'm coming around this way. I'll put it in the North Atlantic. Oh, good. I got a non-warship, the Clyde, a British freighter, no notoriety, worth 1 point. I think that I can put in the South Atlantic, and maybe I'll take that out right away. 2 action points to spend. If I use 1 to take out the Clyde, and that'll give me a, oh, it doesn't help my tonnage track. I didn't think of that. But then but being in the South Atlantic, I could do an Incite after that and get another uprising going and help lower my notoriety. It's starting to get close to the end of the first row. Yeah, that's the strategy. So let's start with a Stalk Attack. I need a 3 or better. Easy sink. So that's sunk. It's going on the tonnage track. And now I'm going to do an Incite Action. The question is, do I want to get rid of a treasure in hopes of losing 2 notoriety? So I've got a +3. Notice I get a -1 because there's already an uprising cube in the South Atlantic over here. You get a -1 DRM for each one of those. You also get a -1 for every revealed ship in the ocean in which you are sailing. Fortunately, no revealed ships there. What can I dump? That's a +2. That's a +3. That gets my DRM up to 6. I would need a 6 or better to lose 2 notoriety. Let's go with that. 6 or better. Okay, 5-1. That's okay. I got 2. I shaved off 2 notoriety. And I will, again, it doesn't matter where I put it. I will go in Livingston's expedition. And I am now out of action points. Moving on. 1 down 1 resource in all resource tracks, which is a pretty good position to be in. Captain Nemo's Thunderbolt. When the first islander laid hands on the companionway railing, he was flung backward by some invisible power, Lord knows what. He ran off, howling in terror and wildly prancing around. Oh, so I think this is right out of the book. These islanders, they're on the island, on this island, and I think, does Ned Land try to escape? I may be mixing the movie up with the book now. Ned Land tries to escape. He runs into all these savages who chase him back to the ship and actually board the ship. They come on their canoes. And Captain Nemo has this sort of button that he pushes that causes the ship's hull to electrify. And that's what scares these guys away. That's what the invisible power was. Anyhow, I got to get an 8 or better. And if I pass, I get a treasure and a notoriety. And I get both Nemo and hull exerted, so that gives me a +4. Need a 4 or better. Got it. Pass. And I got the Lost City of Dwarka, which is a wonder worth 7 points to me. And for placement, I got a 1, 3, and a 5. Should I stick with that? I think I'm pretty much doing Stalk Attacks now. and some movement. If I do a 1, 3, and 5, I've got a ship revealed somewhere in the Western Pacific. No, a hidden token will appear in the Indian Ocean for the 1. The North Atlantic will cause a token to appear in the South Atlantic, and then the 5 will cause a ship to be revealed somewhere, and hopefully it'll be an easy. Well, again, I don't want to sink a ship in the South Atlantic right now. I want to get out of here because I want to satisfy another. I want to get into the Eastern or Western Pacific. I think I will. Let's try to re-roll the 3 and see what we get. Well, I got another 3. Okay. So I got 2 action points. You saw the hidden ship show up. And now for the 5, either in the Indian Ocean, the European seas, or the North Atlantic, I'm putting the Ryujo, which is a Japanese ironclad ship. I think that can go in the Indian Ocean behind me. Thank you. Okay, action phase. I think we're moving and attacking. Now, if you attack a ship in a transitional ocean, that is not one of the major oceans, that means that if you sink it, you get to choose which adjacent ocean you want to put the ship into on the tonnage track. So I could come to Cape Horn and gamble on this being a easygoing ship. I think that's better than, well, the Fujiyama's not terrible, 6 and a 9. It's not worth any points, though. Then again, it's not worth any notoriety. Kind of wish a ship got revealed down here so I could have seen what was coming. Well, I'm definitely moving. Definitely moving here. Question is, do I want to go here? Now, of course, I could always Stalk Attack a hidden ship in this Eastern Pacific. And the other thing with the Stalk Attack is you could spend the action to do the Stalk Attack and then sneak away, and all you've lost is if it's too much that you don't want to, if you possibly revealed a ship that you just don't want to take on. So I think I will stop in Cape Horn, and I will go. I'll just go with the odds and see what I'm going to do a Stalk Attack, and let's see what I get. Haha, a non-warship, the Star of India, but it has 3 notoriety because it's a passenger ship, British passenger ship. But it is worth 4 points. But 3 notoriety. Well, I'm here, and I want it for the bonus on the tonnage track, so I guess we're going after it. I have to get a 6 or better. Got a 6. So I sunk it. It's going to cost me 3 notoriety, but it fills another space up on the tonnage track. And I get to choose, and obviously I want to put it in the Eastern Pacific to fill another blank space. Okay, so that takes care of that. And those were all my actions, so I'm moving on. 42 degrees centigrade. The panels had opened, and I could see a completely white sea around the Nautilus. Steaming sulfurous fumes uncoiled in the midst of waves bubbling like water in a boiler. I leaned my hand against one of the windows, but the heat was so great I had to snatch it back. Professor ARONNAX'S says. This is worth 4 points, this card. It's a test of 10 with Nemo and hull exerted. If I pass, I gain a hull. If I fail, I lose a Nemo or a hull. Okay. I've got 4 exerted from Nemo and the hull. I need a 6 or better. Double 6s. Easy pass. Okay, which gets me, what was it, a hull. Okay, puts my hull back into +2 territory. And I rolled a 2, 4, and a 6. I think I'll go with those odds. I'll just stick with it. And although it depends on where the ships are going to get revealed, the 2 will put one in. We'll put an empty ship in Cape Horn. The 4 will reveal a ship somewhere here, and that's behind me. That's good. And the 6 is way out here, or possibly here. But those are all good odds. So 1 hidden ship shows up, and then 2 revealed ships. Oh, yes. So I'm canceling. Yeah, I'm not using crystalline sensors. There's the hidden ship. Okay, I'd say the Royal Adelaide, and that's an Australian. Well, it's a British freighter, but the Royal Adelaide presumably is related to the city of Adelaide, which I think was the capital of Australia at the time. I think, if I'm remembering my history correctly. I will put that 2 notoriety, 3 points. I'll put it in Cape Horn. I'll have the option of dealing with it. And then we get the Thermopylae, or Thermopylae? Thermopylae? I'm not sure how you pronounce that. Thermopylae? I would say Thermopylae. It's a British mail ship with 2 notoriety. That's going into the European seas. Yes. 2 action points. Well, I'm kind of filling up the second column as quickly as I'm filling up the first. So maybe I will take out the Cape Horn, the Royal Adelaide, with a Stalk Attack, or attempt to. But then maybe I'll do an Incite. Oh, I can't do an Incite in Cape Horn, because there's no spaces adjacent to it. Okay, well, I'm attacking this with a Stalk Attack. I need a 6 or better. Got a 6. 2 notoriety. It is worth 3 points to me, and it goes on the tonnage track. In the, I get a choice, Eastern or South Atlantic. Well, there's something here already, and there's nothing here. So Eastern Pacific is where I want it. Okay, now I'm moving. Do I want to tackle the Fujiyama, or maybe move on to the Central Pacific, where I can go with the odds and let fate decide? Well, we're definitely moving here. Let's try to take the easy way out. Hopefully we'll get an easy ship and we'll go to the Central Pacific. I still have Schiffskriegsspiel that gets me 1 crew for an entire turn, but I'm going to want that when I have an event that has lots of actions that I'm going to probably need exerted crew for. So we're moving on. The Christmas Miracle. On December 24th, Captain Nemo and Engineer Zhu worked furtively below decks. That night, the crew assembled above decks to witness their Christmas miracle, a row of glass bulbs glowing for a time to our approbation before yielding to the night. Captain Nemo had, for a long moment, pushed back the darkness with electricity. Well, I guess the Nautilus does have these weird protuberances coming out of it that look like tentacles, or they look like tentacles, but it's just it's the part of the ship that rams the other ships when it hits the underside. I don't remember Well, whatever. Christmas Miracle, worth 4 points to me. It is a play card. Roll a die. Count that many spaces down from the highest spaces on the Nemo and crew tracks. If the count is equal to or greater than either, I pass. Both, I pass and gain a Nemo. Neither, I fail. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I want a 4 or better. 4 or lower on this roll. And it's a single die that I'm rolling. A 2. Okay, that's a pass and a gain of a Nemo. Very nice. Very nice. And I got a 3, 5, and a 6 on my roll. I think I'll stick with the 2 action points again. And the 3 is going to put, it's going to reveal a ship somewhere here. The 5 will reveal a ship somewhere here. You can see I'm starting to fill up. And the 6 is going to reveal a ship. I got 3 revealed ships coming out. So let's see, and none of which are ones that I want to. I would have liked the Central Pacific to come out. Yeah, so I know what I'm possibly tackling, but I didn't get it. I could re-roll the die just to hope for a low low roll, and maybe stick the ship in the Central Pacific if it's good. But I think I prefer the guaranteed 2 actions. So that's what I'm going to do. 3 revealed ships. The Bellicuse, a ironclad. Whose flag is that? Can't remember. It is a pretty good warship with notoriety. 1 notoriety worth 1 point to me. And I got to stick it up here somewhere. I think we'll go in the Arctic Ocean. The Jumna, a slaver ship, no notoriety, not worth points, but it's definitely one I want to tackle. Maybe I'll put it in the European seas with this other easy one. Yeah, it's going over here. And the Lord Clyde, a British ironclad, 1 notoriety. I'll put that in the Western Pacific. I want to try to even things out a little bit. All right, 2 actions. I guess I could do a Stalk Attack and hope for the best. Could be one of those really bad ships that have come out. Haven't hit the greens yet. What's my ship count? I wish I knew what the ship count was in the bag, but that's really not something you're allowed to count. I mean, you could, I suppose, and then just shuffle them back up, but technically no. I'm just going to let fate decide. We're going to do an attack. It's going to be a Stalk Attack. Oh, non-warship. It is the Fulmar, British freighter, 1 notoriety, worth 2 points. That's pretty good. I got a modifier, I can get 5 or better. Got a 5. Whew. Okay. That's a pass. That's a sink. One notoriety on the tonnage track. And I get a choice, and it's going in the Western Pacific without a question, right? Yeah, because I certainly don't want one over here. So I guaranteed myself at least 8 points, an 8-point bonus. It's called Scouring the Seas. It's a Scouring the Seas bonus. But I'm halfway to getting a 12-point bonus if I can now fill up these guys. And I have one action point remaining. I could Stalk Attack the other hidden ship and put it in the Western Pacific if I sink it. Again, I'm pushing fate here. Let's try it. Attack, Stalk. It's a non-warship. It's a 1 notoriety passenger ship, the British Alfred. Okay, need a 5 or better. Shouldn't be too hard. Easily sunk. It's going into tonnage in the Western Pacific. 2 more to sink before I get the next level bonus, but I am out of actions. We are moving on. Act 3. The Nautilus went at a frightful pace, 40 miles an hour. It literally tore through the water. Where was Captain Nemo? Had he succumbed? Where were his companions dead with him? Okay, a third white die comes out for placement purposes. You get to choose which 2 you want to use for the action point calculation, but it's 4 dice for placement. We can either change Nemo's motive, if I think maybe I can do better with a different motive, or add a Nautilus upgrade card available for purchase. Also add the orange reinforcement ship group to the ship draw pool. That's these guys. The Captain, the Hercules, the König Wilhelm. These are mean ships. And the Prince Albert. Roll 3 white dice and 1 black die for placement phase, choosing any 2 of the white dice to determine action points or whether you have a lull turn. Alright. I don't think I want to change Nemo's motive. So that means I get to pick one of these ships to add to my list of availables. Now I only have 1 in salvage. It's not a great position to be in. And which one would I want to make available? So I'm definitely adding a new upgrade. So reinforced armor, attacking warships receive -1 DRM to all attack dice rolls. So that helps in other ships attacking me. Periscope device, you can no longer gain 1 notoriety between consecutive bold attacks, but now you can make consecutive stalk attacks. But if successful, you do gain 1 notoriety between each one. Diving apparatus, +1 modifier to all test dice results resulting from actions in which you spent 2 action points. Also, after playing a keep card at its specified ocean, place a gemstone on the adventure deck if it has none. So that's one way to get more gemstones on the adventure deck. Steam torpedoes. I think that's probably the one I'm going to want to pick just to demonstrate how torpedo attacks work. So once per action phase, you may make 1 free torpedo attack at the Nautilus's location. Roll 2 d6s, sink the targeted non-warship if you get a 5 or higher, or a targeted warship if you get a 6 or higher. That's on 2 dice. But if you miss, you roll only 1 d6 for all torpedo attacks for the rest of the game. And I think I might want to demonstrate this. Now, the reason you only get 1 is because as I understand it, these were steam torpedoes, and you had the Nautilus has to surface, and it takes a while to get them set up, and therefore you still get attacked. You get fired upon by the attacking warship, the warship you want to take down, or the ship you want to take down with it if they have attack capability. But the strength and prow, as long as I'm at it, receive +1 DRM to all Nautilus non-torpedo attacks. So that's pretty good too. But I'm going to go with the torpedoes so we can demonstrate how those work. Unfortunately, I need 4 salvage, or if I get a 12 on my roll, I need 3 salvage ships. So I've only got 1. So I'm going to have to do something about that. The Red Sea, the Greek and Latin historians do not speak favorably of the Red Sea. It is, he pretends, a sea subject to fearful hurricanes, strewn with inhospitable islands, and which offers nothing good, either on its surface or in its depths. It's a wonder, worth 7 points to me. I either pass, or you may take up to 2 discarded ship tokens available and place them in empty salvage point boxes. And oh boy, I'm giving up 7 points to get the torpedoes. That might be worth it, because otherwise I'd have to salvage ships that are probably worth points. So yeah, I am going to fail. Yes. So the Ariel and the Rhone have come back up to fill these spaces, but I only have 3 salvage ships. If I want the steam torpedoes, I need to get a result of 12 on a refit. Remember to get that one salvage discount. It's doable, but first we have to deal with the placement phase. I got a 6-5-4-5, which is guaranteed 2 action points. I think I will. Well, I could re-roll one of these and hope that I could re-roll the 5 and hope I get a 1. I'll cancel. I won't use the crystalline sensors. I'll just go with the 2 action points, the 6 and the 4. Oh, although I didn't check where the placement is. Okay, we got an orange ship, the Hercules, coming out up here somewhere. I probably should have checked this first. I think that's going to join this ship over here in the North Atlantic. A blue ship, the Idaho, a steam cruiser with pretty good attack value. I think that's also going up here in the North Atlantic. That's what for the 5. Choose the hidden ship. And the Triumph, oh, easy ship, the Whaler, 1 point and 1 notoriety. That will go in the Indian Ocean, where I'm sort of planning to wrap around to sooner rather than later. Okay, so that worked out okay. So do I want to start with a refit, or do I want to wait until I have 1 more salvage ship and not have to worry about getting a 12? I can dump a treasure worth 2. A 5. I would need a 7 or better again. So I'm gambling again. I'm stewing over this a little bit. I don't want to have to wait. Or I could use one of these other ships for higher value. That's worth 2. This one's worth 3 DRM. This one's worth 4 DRM. All right, let's go with the, and I get a free move action if I, with the refit, whether I succeed or fail. So let's do the refit and hope for the best. Question is, what treasure do I want to discard? 7 or better. That's what I did the first time around, and I think I got a 7. Cut it close. I may regret this, but then again, I do have other emergencies to help me. I have a reroll here. I have Ned Land's temporary is before the fact. But I have conceal for a reroll. Okay, we got a DR. We have a 5. We need a 7 or better here. Come on, 7 or better. We got an 8. Okay. So we get the steam torpedoes. Uses up all of our salvage. I guess it was worthwhile that I had that extra one in salvage. And now we get our free move action. And I am heading for the Indian Ocean. So I'm moving to the Western Atlantic and then to the Indian Ocean. And we're moving on. The Coxswain. Mr. Yabakumi was an Ashanti the captain rescued from a Danish slaver. His sensitive fingertips could feel the ship's maneuvers as if he and the Nautilus were one. On his long turns at the wheel, he would quietly sing to Afriyiri, his name for the Nautilus. Okay, sacrifice him to ignore any just drawn regular adventure card when I do an adventure action. Yeah, otherwise he passes at the end of the game. It's worth 2 points. I don't think I'm going to be using him because I don't think I'm going to be doing any adventures. I rolled a 2, 2, 3, 5. I think I definitely want to roll one of those dice. Probably the 2. Okay, I've got a 5-2. That's worth 3 action points. I've got a ship going, a hidden ship going here. I've got a reveal happening up in here. And then the 5s are going to cause reveals. Oh, it's getting a little touchy down here. I'm filling up. But I got these empty spaces over here, which is good, but they're getting filled up. Those are, at least one of those is getting filled up here. Okay, so we're going with the 2 and the 5. All right, so for the 2, put the blank token, the hidden token there. The Shenandoah, that's going to go. I'm going to put all my bad ships up here in the North Atlantic. For the one of the 5s, the Tate Singh. Why isn't the Western Pacific highlighted? That's adjacent. Oh, it's a 5, so it's the European seas. So it's here or here that I'm revealing. Well, I got easy ships in here. Let's put the Tate Singh in the European seas. Oh, I got another easy one, the Pequod. Well, it's easy. I guess it's going in the European seas. All right. 3 action points. Maybe this is as good time as any to use Schiffskriegsspiel. Where am I? I'm over here. If I take out this guy, then move up here and take out a bunch of these guys, I'm hitting the green reinforcements sooner enough. But I can fill up pretty quickly. That would take care of these 2 spaces, and I can start making inroads into the 3rd column. Question is, what do I attack here? The Ryuju? Because if I attack this guy, I'm going to get a -1 because of the warship that's in the neighborhood. But if I attack the Ryuju first, 7 and a 10. It's not terrible. 1 notoriety. Okay, question is, do I want to use Schiffskriegsspiel for a +1 crew DRM this turn? I've got 3 actions. Possibly more if I want to spend one of this treasure here. I haven't gotten a lot of... I don't know. I just don't know if I'm going to... how many times I'm going to get a 4 or 5. They tell you the odds. 22% chance, 14% chance. Of course, that's not taking into account the fact that I have crystalline sensors, but we're going to use it. So as a reminder, it's a pass, but I get +1 crew DRM for the entire round. So we're using it. Okay. So we're going to start with an attack. I want to take both of these ships out. I'm creeping up on the notoriety, but if I take both of these ships out, I can do an Incite Action and get a cube out here. Maybe with a little luck, lose 2 notoriety from it. And these are both 1 notoriety ships. If I start with this one, then I'm going to get a -1 DRM because this warship's in the neighborhood. But if I start with this one, I won't get a -1 DRM, so I'm going to go after the Ryuju with a bold attack. Which means I don't get the +1 DRM, but I get to go after the other ship without having to spend another action point. Oh, and I have torpedoes now. But the crew, +1 crew, doesn't help torpedoes because you don't get a DRM on the torpedo roll. So we're going to start with a bold attack on the Ryuju. He has a 7 attack. 8, miss. I need a 6 or better with my +1 crew. Got a 7. Sunk. 1 notoriety into the tonnage track. We're spending another notoriety to go after the Triumph. Nice. Okay, so that is, and the green reinforcements have sailed in because my notoriety went up as a result of that. I should have pointed out. But I did pass, and so he's sunk. Did he give me a treasure? Oh, he gives me a +1 treasure. So I got a... Oh, nice. I didn't even notice that. He's going in the tonnage track. I guess he had whale meat on board. No more bold actions. Time to do an insight. I think I'll give up, let's see, I need a 7 or better to get a 12. Those are pretty good odds. Let's sweeten them even more. I'll get rid of this 2. So now I need a 5 or better to lose 2 notoriety. Oh, shoot. Well, I did lose 1 notoriety. If I didn't have the +2, I would have gotten a 8, which would have been nothing. So that's better. At least I'm getting something. And for each cube, I'm getting 3 points. So I guess we're going into the Abyssinian War District. Okay, and those, I have 1 action left. And I have my +1 crew, so maybe I will spend this +1 action token. I got 2 of them. I think I'll spend 1 of them. So now I have 2 actions. How many points did I give up? 2 points for that. But now I can move and attack again. So let's move. We're going to the European seas. And we're stopping there. I got room to spare. I could do bold attacks. I do want to do at least two attacks here. If I go after the June the 1st, he has no notoriety. Yeah, we're going after the June. Needed 3 or better. Got a good. It's a 9 with my modifier. He's sunk. Tonnage. I have to face the question of, do I want to do a 3rd attack? But for now, let's worry about the next one. It's going to be one of these 2 with 1 notoriety on them. The Pequod or the Tate Sing. He gives me a +1. Oh, +1 Nemo doesn't help me. So we're going after the Tate Sing for 2 points. 2 points. 5 or better. Got it. And I am going to stop there. Okay. That was pretty successful as things go. Tonnage track wise, we got 4 sinks to get 17 points. Okay. ARONNAX'S determination. For 7 months we've been aboard your vessel, and I ask you today, in the name of my companion as well as myself, if you intend to keep us here forever. Professor ARONNAX, Captain Nemo said, I'll answer you today just as I did 7 months ago. Whoever boards the Nautilus never leaves it. Well, thank you, Captain Nemo. We're enjoying your adventures, but your hospitality leaves something to be desired. This is a test 11, Nemo and crew, which gives us a +5. So we need a 6 or better. Pass and immediately return one previously sacrificed character back into play. So I get back somebody, I can't remember who. Was that Ned Land I think I gave up? I think he comes back to life. But I need a 6 or better. Pretty good odds. But Ned Land is worth about 4 points. Plus that +1 DRM that he provides. I could get rid of Ned Land's temper. It's still passed, and it's not worth any points to me. This might be as good a time to use it as any. Use Ned Land's temper to get back Ned Land. There's something interesting about that. This has to be decided before the roll. I think we're going to use him. We're going to use his temper to help get him back. So now we're much better shape. So we need a 3 or higher. Oh! Holy crap. Good choice. Okay. He's back. There he is. So he gives me a +1 DRM after the roll, which is a nice benefit to have in squeaky situations. In the meantime, I got a 2-2-4-4, and we'll use crystalline sensors to roll the 2. Yeah, not much better. 2-3-4-4. So we're going to go with a 2 and a 4. Got the FRIGATE'S green ship coming out. Coming in off the Eastern Pacific. I'll put him in with this yellow ship here. A hidden token showed up here for the 3. Hidden ship token. For the 4, one of the 4s, the Koetsuitsu is being revealed in one of these areas. I'll have him come out in the South Atlantic. And for the other 4, the Agamemnon is coming out. Let's put him in Cape Horn. I'm up here in the European seas, and I need to make my way really west. 2 action points to spend. This is going to be a tough area because I stuck all the bad chips in here, and if I try to do an attack in here, that's -3 because of all the other warships. I think we're going to the Arctic. It's a 7 and a 10, the Bellicuse. 1 notoriety, has that going for it. Should I do an insight before I go? Oh, but there's these ships here that are they're going to reduce my odds. No, I'm moving. I'm going to the North Atlantic, then to the Arctic Ocean, and now we're going a Stalk Attack after the Bellicuse. Oh, that's France. That's a French ship. That's what that flag is. It's a French ironclad. So it's probably Bellicuse. But be that as it may, a Stalk Attack. Attacking me with a 7. I need a 7 or higher. Got a 5. That's 1 hit. Rolls 1 die. And depending upon what it is, I get a hit. But I'm in good shape. Got a 6. I lose a hull. I'm exerting my crew for the attack back on the Bellicuse. Need a 4 or better? Got an 8. Easy. He's sunk. Tonnage. And he's going in the North Atlantic. And I'm out of action points. Moving on. I'm going to have to do an Incite Action soon enough, but I can't do it in the Arctic Ocean. All right. The Coral Realm. Captain Nemo and his men had come to bury their companion in this communal resting place on the inaccessible ocean floor. This is how the movie opens, as I recall. They're burying this guy. So this is the beginning of the movie. I can't remember where it is in the book. It might be the beginning of the book. But anyhow, it's a test 10. Crew only. Pass and gain 2 crew, which doesn't do me any good. But I'll at least get 1 crew out of it if I pass. And I don't have a choice. So I need a 7 or better. Seven or better. What if I don't exert the crew? Then I need a 10 or higher. And I lose a crew anyway. But if I exert the crew and I lose 2 crew. 1 here and 1 from the exert. I think I don't exert the crew and I take my chances. So if I get a 10 or better, I'm okay. But I think that's a better choice. I got an 11. That's good. Unfortunately, I gain a crew, but I don't need a crew, so it's wasted. Okay, 1, 2, 5, 6. 4 action points. I am not using the crystalline sensors. That means a Western Pacific ship gets revealed. The 2 means the Eastern Pacific or adjacent gets revealed. The 5 is a blank there. The 6 is a blank there. So I got 2 revealed ships and 2 hidden ship tokens. I am canceling. I'm going to use the 1 and the 5. 4 action points. The first ship, or the first blank, the first hidden ship token, I can go here or here. We'll put it in the Arctic Ocean. The next hidden ship that's getting revealed as the Abraham Lincoln. That was the ship. The Abraham Lincoln's the ship that the ARONNAX'S and crew is on at the beginning of the story. I'm pretty sure. And who was the guy? Who was the guy? Captain? I can't remember the captain of that ship. I want to say Forrest Tucker, but Captain Nantucket? Why am I thinking Tucker? Tucket? Oh, it doesn't matter. But maybe I should have watched the movie before I started playing the game, or reread the book or something. Anyhow, Abraham Lincoln, where are you going? We'll put you in the Central Pacific, and then after that, it's all blank. It's all hidden tokens that show up there and there. All right, 4 action points. We need Western, Eastern, and South Atlantic. And possibly could get into the 4th column. I could go after the Abraham Lincoln. He's not too bad, and he's a known quantity. He's not worth points. I should say, by the way, that this ship is worth 0. You subtract 1, but you don't. When you adjust for your When you adjust for your motive, you never get negative. So it's to a minimum of 0. I think that's what I'm doing. I'm going to move. We can go either way. I will go to the Pacific coast and then down to the Central Pacific. And now we're going to stop. Oh, we could torpedo attack the Abraham Lincoln. We haven't used our torpedoes yet. Totally forgot. Yeah, let's do it. Torpedo attack. Rolling 2 dice. Remember, we don't want to fail, because then we're down to 1 die. Oh, he's attacking me first, and he missed on a 5-6. Okay, so now I need a 6 or better. He's a warship for my torpedo to sink him. Easy. Okay, he's done. Tonnage in the Western Pacific. Okay, now that we're in the Central Pacific, we can do an Incite action to incite an uprising and see what we can do about notoriety. So let's incite. I have a treasure 2. I'll go ahead and discard that. So I need preferably a 6 to lose 2 notoriety. Come on, 6 or better. 6 or better. Got a 6. Good enough. 2 notoriety down, back down to 29. And a cube worth 3 points. Okay. Boy, having these crystalline sensors and never having a lull turn means I never lose cubes. Because that's when you could potentially lose cubes off the board. So that has an extra bonus. That's really nice. I was only thinking of the fact that you can use it to control how many actions you get, but the fact that you can stave off lull turns is almost as good. All right, so we got 2 actions remaining. Let's move to Cape Horn and take out the Agamemnon. Stalk Attack. Can't you remember torpedo attacks are 1 per turn. My program won't let me do another torpedo attack. It knows. So Stalk Attack. He's going after me with an 8. But I get a +1 and a +3. Oh, I'm going after it. He's not a warship. I'm confused. So I got a +4. I have a +4 DRM. I need a 4 or better to sink the Agamemnon. Good odds. Got him. Tonnage, Eastern Pacific. Need 1 more ship to fill the 3rd column. And that is that. I am out of actions. Another good round. Those torpedoes are coming in handy. Well, at least I only used them once or twice, but we use them now every turn. Accident or incident? At 3 o'clock in the morning, I was awakened by a violent collision. I sat up in bed, listening in the darkness, and then was suddenly hurled into the middle of my stateroom. Apparently, the Nautilus had gone aground, then heeled over sharply. I guess on an iceberg. I guess they don't have radar. I thought they did have radar. I don't remember. I guess they don't. That seems pretty advanced. But you would think they'd have radar to see where they were going. The ocean's not that clear. Well, be that as it may. It is a Test 9 with only the hull to use as an exert. So I got +2 on the hull. I need a 7 or better. If I pass, I keep the card and may fail on any future test roll for a +2 DRM. After a future test roll, those plus DRMs after the roll are the best. I want to pass this baby. I need a 7 or better. Come on, 7 or higher. Got it. Okay, +2 DRM. When if I need it. Got a 6636. I will go with the 3 actions. Victoria is showing up, and she's going to go into the, I think, in the Arctic Ocean. The Royal Sovereign. I think Western Pacific, way out of the way. Ooh, an easy one, the Taiping. She's going in the Indian Ocean. Okay, 3 action points. We'll start by moving to the Cape of Good Hope. We're going to torpedo the Ferdinand Max. But he attacks first with a 7. He missed. Need a 6 or higher on 2 dice. Should be easy. Got it. One notoriety gained. Going into the South Atlantic. 3 columns full. And while I'm here, I can insight into that. We could start a rebellion in the diamond mines. So we're going to insight. And I definitely want a 12 here. So let's use that. Need a 6 or higher. Whoa, it's worth it. Got it. 2 notoriety off, down to 29. 1 action point left. I can move to the Indian Ocean, or I can just carry over. I don't think it matters that much. We'll carry it over. Well, if I get a 6-1, that's not good. But it does pay off if I got anything other than a 6-1. I think we're okay. Let's just go with it. First officer, Mr. Rojas was a formidable Spanish Indian woman. Her surprising height and strength were comparable to Ned's. Her eyes saw everything, yielding nothing, and her voice was a hoarse whisper when she spoke and a boom when shouting commands. Fail and immediately gain 2 random repairs. It's a keep. So I either keep it and I use it to fail to get basically 2 resources at random, or I pass and get 7 points at the end of the game. That's just a pass, I think. Okay. Placement, 6-4-3-3. I think we're going to keep that and take 6 and 3. Total of 4 actions this round. We've got the motion. Bellerophon or Bellerophon. Okay, where are we putting you? We'll put you in the South Atlantic with this other dark yellow ship. Empty ship space. And then there's a 6. So if I put it here, hidden ship here, then a hidden ship's going there. If I put the hidden ship here, then the 6 could either go here or here, depending upon whether it's good or bad. I think we're going to go here. The Tim? Armored frigate from France. Not a bad ship. 610 is not bad. I think we'll put that up here in the European seas. 4 action points. Okay, starting by moving to the Indian Ocean. And now we're well, I think we should stalk attack this. Shouldn't waste a torpedo on it, because I might need it up here. Going after the Taiping. Torpedo or Stalk? Well, I'm going to want to Incite. If I Stalk Attack him and then Incite, I have one move left, one action left. If I torpedo him for free and then Incite, I have two actions left. We're going to torpedo him. Need a 5 or better. Got him. Okay. Now it's time for an Incite action. Let's use this. 6 or better will loses 2 notoriety. Only got 4, but that's enough. If I didn't have that extra treasure, I would have gotten nothing for my trouble. So at least I lost 1 notoriety, and I got 3 points for the cube. Okay, we're moving to European seas, and we're stopping there. Question is, what am I attacking? $1.2 points, 1 notoriety, 2 notoriety. Or I could go after the Temi. I'm going to get a -1 because of the warship. Let's go for the, he's worth zip. He's going to cost me, though. Let's go after the Thermopylae, whatever. Getting a -1 because of the warship in the neighborhood. +3, I need a 5 or better. Those are good odds. Got him. Tonnage. Okay, and now I think we're just going to run a... Well, that's the end of that. I think we're done. Moving on. We're getting close to the end. We've got 8 cards left, and we haven't seen the Rising Action card yet. So that's showing up in the next card or two. And then it's a question of how many cards we have to go for the finale. We're doing okay. We got plenty of blank spaces, so we're not at risk of losing. I think we're in good shape. Let us continue. We got at full steam. The Abraham Lincoln speed increased. Its masts trembled down to their blocks, and swirls of smoke could barely squeeze through the narrow funnels. Keep, after sinking a warship in the North or South Atlantic, pass, and it's worth 2 points. But we're heading for well, we're not heading for the North Atlantic. I'm not sure we're heading for the South Atlantic. Unless we use a torpedo. I don't know. Well, it's only 2 points, so I'm not going to worry about it. Placement phase. 5-1-4-5. That's pretty good. I will go with that. And a 5 and a 1 for 4 actions. Empty hidden ship. Empty space. Since we're going, let's go here. Since we're going west. the Tinwald, a mail ship. Put him in the Indian Ocean. 4 action points. This is going to be tricky. I could go after the Temi with a torpedo, and then I could do an Incite. Let's do it. Torpedo. He's attacking with a 6. He missed. He is 6 or higher. Pass. He's done. It was kind of gravy, but it makes it easier to do the Incite because now I'm only getting a -1 from the Pequod. I've been giving up on a lot of treasure. I'm not sure I'm willing to spare another one, though I am pretty close here. Oh, I don't know. What do I got? These are higher point. Oh, I'm digging. I'm losing so much. Let's maybe go. Well, I got a +3. A 9 or higher gets me 2 notoriety. A 5 or higher gets me 1 notoriety. Let's see what happens. Ah, 2 notoriety, and didn't have to spend a treasure. Doesn't matter where I put it. Gee, should I go for another while I'm here? Now I'm testing fate. With a +2 DRM because of the uprising cube that's already there. I need help here. We're getting rid of this. Okay, 6 or higher. Got it. Oh baby, 2 notoriety. We're down to 28. And 3 points for the cube. And we have 2 actions remaining. What if I repaired the hull? That's worth 8 points. If you notice, this is 2 science if the hull is at full. Right now I'm only at 1 science, so that's actually a net of 4 points. I have 1 ship. That's going to cause a -1. +3 from the crew. I could dump a treasure, but all I need is a 9. I need a 6 or better. I only need 1 hull repair. Let's go for it. Come on, 6 or better. Yeah! Never got so excited from rolling dice. Okay. And we get a free move out of it. So we could do a torpedo attack. Boy, there's a lot. No, a torpedo attack, we don't get -DRMs from the warships in the area. So we're going to the North Atlantic and we're stopping there. Okay. That was a good turn. I think this has to be the rising, the hollow explosion card, because this is it. We're down to 6 after this. I think this is rising action. It is, yeah. Okay, so it was at the bottom of the specific stack that got shuffled. Meaning red ships are coming out. Okay, what sort of craft is it, Ned? From its rigging and its low mast, the Canadian replied, I bet it's a warship. Here's hoping it pulls up and sinks this damn Nautilus. He's not so happy. Okay, this is an automatic fail. The red reinforcement groups come out, and we have to attack one as a free stock. But for every defeat point we're below, so one red ship is not going to come out because we're below 36. Otherwise, we would have lost. If we were over here, 2 red ships would not have come out. I'm not sure it matters that much, but one of them we're attacking right now, mandatory Stalk Attack. That would take care of the North Atlantic for us. But I can't use the torpedo. Oh, yeah, that's right. I should have known. I knew the rising action was coming out. Well, you don't have a choice. It is the Monarch. Worth 4 points, 3 points, 2 notoriety, and it attacks with a 9. And we get a -1 because there are warships in the area. So he hits with a 7 or lower, misses with an 8 or higher. 2 hits. It's 2 rolls of the dice. That's going to hit Nemo. Come on, spread it around. That hits the crew. Not terrible. We're firing back. We need an 8 or higher. Oh, got it. Whoa, there goes the Monarch. 2 notoriety, but that takes care of the North Atlantic. I gotta remember, so I think that takes care of it full steam. It does, but let me handle the notoriety first. The placement first. So we got a 2, 5, 2, 4. We could roll the 2, because we have another 2. So let's roll this and see if we get a 1. Yeah, got another 2. So we're going with a 5 and the 2 for 3 actions. We've got the Numancia. Going to join these guys over here in the Eastern Pacific. The König Wilhelm, even worse, is going to go joining these guys in the South Atlantic. And then we get the warning. Yeah, that red ship coming out didn't help us here. Okay, this guy at full steam. Pass. Let's make sure about that. Yeah, pass. Okay. All right. So that was, as you recall, I had to sink a ship in the North Atlantic or the South Atlantic, and I just did. That was the red ship that I just sunk. So that's why I was able to pass that card, if you don't recall. All right. Where do we stand? We have 3 actions. So I think we're done in the North Atlantic. We can move to the Western Pacific. And go after the Clyde. You know, we certainly don't want this guy. So we're going to move to the Western Pacific, and we can use a torpedo on the Clyde, the Lord Clyde. First, he's attacking us with a 7. Torpedo. Oh, 1 hit. 1 hit because we rolled a 1. One of the dice was a 1. Hull. Well, that went from full to, boy, 3 resources down. Need a 6 or better. Torpedo. We need 3 ships for 23 points. Net 6 more points. I could use a reroll. Or I could use accident or incident. That was after. That's a guarantee. Yeah, that's after any future test roll. Yeah, we're using that. That's a pass now on the torpedo. Two more ships. And 2 more actions. We can do an insight. This ship is going to be a nuisance because it's going to be a -1. But maybe I can do 2 insights. It's a +3 DRM. I don't know if I don't want to waste treasure at this point. Let's just hope for the best. Trouble is, if it's really bad, I could lose 2 notoriety. Oh, nice. 2 notoriety down for a 12. And it doesn't matter. Do I insight again? I think so. Although we're close to the end. Well, we're potentially 6 cards away from the end. No, we're not necessarily close. We're doing an insight. I need a 7 or higher without a treasure. Ooh, double 6s, 2 notoriety down. Boom. Boom. I never get this excited for my plays. Okay, that's that. We're out of actions. Any one of these cards can be the finale. Here we go. All by electricity. Professor, said Captain Nemo, my electricity is not everybody's. I owe all to the ocean. It produces electricity, and electricity gives heat, light, motion, and in a word, life to the Nautilus. Keep. Pass at any time during your action phase to immediately receive 1d3 worth of actions. Pass automatically at the end of the game. It's worth 4 points. Science is worth times 4. It's a keep card. We got a 1-3-6-6. We can afford to roll one of those 6s. That's better. Okay, so we're going to go with the 2 and the 6. We have no blank spaces. Shoot, I should be checking. Damn it. Oh, crap. This better not backfire on me. Then we get a 3 and a 6. We got hiddens and hidden. Yeah, we're okay. We're okay. Lots of hidden ships. I don't think there would have been any place we could have failed because we even have hidden ships down in here. Three. Yeah, I think we were good all the way across. No danger. Okay, the Napoleon is an easy peasy ship. That's the one we're going to hit next. Although we need Eastern Pacific and South Atlantic. I can get to the Central Pacific to take out that. and then Cape Horn. Let's put Napoleon into Cape Horn. Well, a bad ship. Up here in the European seas. General Grant. Easy peasy. Oh, except it's not coming up. Where am I? Oh, I'm in the Western Pacific. I could put it in Western Pacific and take it out. Oh, I don't need the Western Pacific. I need the Eastern Pacific. So I'll just stick it here. And yes, I know. We're good on notoriety. I need to take out a ship down here. Do I take out a known quantity with a torpedo? The Fujiyama is not hard. I think I go for the known quantity. Except for the fact that there's these other warships are going to cost us. No, not on a torpedo. I think we move, yeah, to the Eastern Pacific. And then we torpedo the Fujiyama, which is worth nothing. That's worth 2. Well, worth 1. But this is much easier. Less chance of hitting us. So torpedo attack needs a 6 or higher to miss. It's a miss. Need a 6 or higher to put it down to the bottom. It's down by the skin of our teeth. One more. We got plenty of actions. Oh, this is nice. We're going to Cape Horn for this piece of cake. Okay, Napoleon worth 1 point. Defense 8. It's going to be a Stalk Attack. Need a 4 or better. Should be easy. Whoa. Okay. It's done. There's 23 points for you. South Atlantic. So the question is, when's the finale coming out? Because I don't know if we have enough time to come all the way around and get 5 more ships or 5 more ships. We have 1 action. I don't know. We could come back west and go after this thing. Or we could just carry the action over. If we carry it over with a spare action, we could potentially repair the hull again. And then get a free move. I think that's, well, let's see what happens. Okay, it's not the finale. A pearl worth 10 million. There, between its leaf-like folds, I saw a loose pearl as big as a coconut. Its globular shape, perfect clarity, and wonderful orient made it a jewel of incalculable value. Carried away by curiosity, I stretched out my hand to take it, weigh it, and fondle it. Of course, if Captain Nemo ever knew you were trying to steal a pearl, he would put you in the brig. When in the Indian Ocean for 1 action, you may test 10 and potentially collect 3 treasures. But as it stands, the card's worth 5, and I'm not close to the Indian Ocean to keep. I don't have to worry about it. 1, 2, 3, 3. We got 2 blank spaces. I think we're going to be fine. Well, that's not. I think I want to re-roll. Let's re-roll the 2. Hope for a high. All right. 3 and the 1. That gives us a total of 3 actions. We carried one over. The Repulse. Not a pretty looking ship. With that easy ship over there. Let's put it in the South Pacific. The Dawn. Oh, yeah. Nice easy ship. Maybe in the Indian Ocean. Maybe we are heading that way. The Syria. Another easy ship. Okay, we'll put it up here. Oh, and then the Sea Serpent. Ooh, the Sea Serpent. Worth the science. And, ooh, and 5 points. But it attacks with a 10. Ugh, and it's an 11 defense. That's a mean beast. Okay, we got to think this carefully. We've got 3 actions. Is it worth spending 2 to repair and then move? I think so. Repair. I need a 9. I need a 7 or higher. No, I need a 6 or higher. Oh! Shoot. That's 2 actions down the drain. I got to take a chance on a reroll. Come on, baby. Come on. Got it! Used a reroll. 1 left. Resolve. Okay, hull's back up to top shape, tip-top shape. Now we get a move action. Where do I move to is the question. If I go this way, I have the... No, I'm not going to make it there. But if I go this way, I'm not going to make it there either. I could try Incite. Oh, I can't Incite anymore. I'm out of cubes. I've got 10 Insights on the board. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yes, 10. Okay, and I never got the card that gives me the bonus ones. So what do I do? Does it make a difference where I go here? I don't want to go up here. That's nasty. I can go here and take my chances. Either way, I'm taking my chances. Because I'll end up in the Cape of Good Hope. Oh, yeah. Or do I stay put? Well, if I have a lot of time left, I've got 4 turns to get 5 ships. Either one of these. I have a better chance over here. Depending upon what the placement is, I could possibly only have one. I think we're going here. And do I carry over that last action point? I guess so, because I don't know that I can do anything with it. I mean, I can mount an attack on a blind ship, but that doesn't make sense. Okay, we're moving on. Oh, it's the finale. Return to Mystery Island. Finale B. There's like 8 of them, at least in what I got. Captain Nemo looked at the engineer as if he would have annihilated him. Then, falling back upon the cushions, he murmured, "After all, what does it matter? I am dying." Oh, you're dying? This could be an end. I mean, he doesn't necessarily. I don't remember him dying in the book. He died in the movie. I think in the book it's left up in the open. But whatever. He was shot in the back by a savage, or by troops, or imperialist troops after whatever. This is worth 5 points. You can no longer select a move action. At the beginning of each turn, skip the event phase. At the end of each turn, move the Nautilus 2 oceans closer to the West Pacific for free. Oh, well, I'm right on top of the Western Pacific, so we're basically 1 turn away. Question is, what do we get placement-wise? A 1, 2, 4, 5. That's 3 actions right there. Plus the carryover would give us 4. I'm not sure how we spend all that. We could do repairs and rests. If we could avoid putting a ship in here, it would make the rest a lot easier. We got a 1, 2, a 1, a 2, and then a 4, 5. We're okay. Just make sure we don't put a ship in here. So let's just cancel on the crystalline and spend a 5 and a 2 to get 3 more actions. The Gange is an easy ship. We could put it in the Central Pacific, but not if we want to do a rest action. We don't want any ships there. So what's going in the Western Pacific? Okay. No open spaces, but we're done because there's not going to be another placement phase. So now the question is, how do we spend our 4 actions? We could do a rest to take care of the crew. That's worth 4 points. Getting Nemo, there's no way to get, there's no action to help Nemo. So let's definitely do a rest. And we can't do an Incite. And we can't move. And repairing the hull is of no... so we're definitely doing a rest action. And we could use the extra 2 actions as a bonus in case that we blow it here. We need a 5 or higher. We got the 5. The ship is healed. Okay, that's 4 points. Free move action. Oh. We could come here. This is interesting. Now, does the game end? At the beginning of each, I think it can only end at the beginning of each turn when you do the move actions. So I think we stop here. And we have a torpedo. The 2 notoriety matters not. Let's do a torpedo against the Royal Sovereign. We just don't want it to hit us. That could be bad. I could just stop right now. Do we have anything left over here that I didn't do? When the Nautilus isn't... Okay, I didn't care about... I didn't want that. That's going to pass automatically. Conceals in play, so that's going to pass. I didn't go to the Indian Ocean. I could have gone to the Indian Ocean from the Central Pacific. But a 10 on a crew. Collect 3 treasures. And then we're still in position to... Oh, but... well... I have to I've already made my decision. I can't. That's cheating. That was nothing. And that's a pass. And that's a pass. The gauge is worth 1. That's worth 2. This is worth 2. He doesn't fire back, so the worst that can happen is that I miss. And I could do a bold attack. I'm getting a -1 because of the warship. Or I could just torpedo him, but he's going to fire at me. I don't want to lose the hull and crew that I just repaired. Two points, 1 point. Let's torpedo this guy, because he's only worth 2 points, the same as this. So we're going to torpedo the General Grant, which should be a piece of cake. A non-warship, 5 or higher, he's done. Tonnage. So, I mean, it doesn't help with the bonus, but it's 2 points. 2 points is 2 points. And I have 2 actions still remaining. I could stock attack the Gange. Nothing to lose. Let's stock attack him. He's worth 1 point. I need a 5 or higher. Got him. Oh, he was a treasure ship? Damn, I keep missing this. He's a treasure ship. I got a 2 out of it. Oh, okay. He's in the last column there. 1 action left. I don't think it's worth the risk. If he hits us on a 7 or lower, those are pretty good odds. And I can't do an Incite Action. Yeah, that's possibly, if he hits us, that's possibly, well, if he hits me here, it's 7 points I've lost if Nemo drops down there. I think we're done. Here she is, 264. Final score. That's a success. 250 or higher is a success. Didn't see that coming. I thought I was actually not going to do that well. Warship sunk. 9 points. Okay, so that's all these guys. Remember, there's a -1 on them, so it was the Clyde was 1. Well, here's the listing right here. The Clyde was 1, the Belleque was 1, the Monarch was 3, Ferdinand Max was 1. 9 points from sinking warships. Not a lot of points for sinking warships, but look at the points I got from the non-warships. 32 for sinking, what is this, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 17 ships. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17 ships. 32 points, because there's no discount. Adventure cards, how'd I do? I got 18 points, which is pretty good. Adventure cards passed. Remember, these are only the past cards. That looks about right. Was Schnitzen wasn't worth anything? Let's see. Pearl was worth, well, 1 point for adventure cards. Where's a Pearl? Down here, 1 point. Return to Mystery Island is worth 5. Okay, so that's that. That's a science. Those are science points, so that will show up under science. Nothing on Hollow Explosion. 2 points for at full steam. That's what I passed for hitting that red ship. Passed on the first officer. Oh, that's a wonder point. That's worth 7 points. It shows up in wonder. 3 points for accidents and incidents. Oh, I failed that card. Did I use it for the +2 DRM? I must have. Coral Realm is a pass, but it's not worth anything. I gained a crew off of it, probably. ARONNAX'S Determination was worth 1 point. Yeah. And then nothing until we get to underwater coalfields. So he's worth character points. Doesn't show up under adventure cards. This is a fail on the Red Sea. Yeah, we used this to get the steam torpedoes. That was worth 7 points just to get steam torpedoes. Christmas Miracle was, that's a science point. That's a science point. Those are 4 points each. Nothing for Thunderbolt. Nothing for the whales. Fail, 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 pass. Nothing, no points there. Coalfield was worth 2 points plus 4 science points, which will come down later. So yeah, and then a couple points here. Lost Continent. No, there's nothing there. 1 point for the Lost Continent and 1 point for the Arabian Tunnel, and then science point otherwise. And then Officer's Mess. Oh, the Officer's Mess upgrade is worth a point. Okay. Treasures. What did we end up with? We had a lot of wonders. So 16 in just treasures alone. That doesn't count the wonders that we drew in treasure form. So that's crystalline sensors. That upgrade alone was worth 4 points. Had a reroll worth 5. That we had to use that other reroll to salvage that torpedo, which in retrospect we didn't really need. Okay, so just a few points on 9. Well, not a few, more than a few. What is that? 9, 13, 16? 16 on treasures. We got all 10 uprising cubes out. That's 30 points. Scientific discoveries, the hydro drive, the steam torpedoes, the tunnel. 4 points each. That's a lot. That was 43. And then we get the 23 points for scouring the sea. The bonus from the tonnage track. 23. And we didn't lose anything on resources. That would have happened if we were down here. We didn't expect to win though. 264. Okay, I'll take it. That is Nemo's War. Was there anything that I didn't show you in this playthrough? We didn't do a lull turn. So let's take a look at what happens during a lull turn for those of you who are new to the game, in case you're interested. Let's pull up the rule book. There it is, lull turn. Okay, so you place ships only based on the white dice. You ignore black dice. Treasure placement. You put down a treasure available gemstone on the ocean that was the double. Okay. Then uprising cubes. You go through every ocean. It's explained down below. And then you don't get any action. So at the end of the ship placement phase of the lull turn, for every ocean that has a land space with an uprising cube connected to it, you roll a d6, and if the result is greater than or equal to the sum of the uprising cubes, add the number of uprising and all revealed ship tokens. And if the roll of the d6 is greater than or equal to, then the imperialist powers fail. But if it's less, if there's a bunch of revealed ships, you could potentially lose uprising cubes all the way across the world. That's a lot of points to give up. So the fact that we had crystalline sensors and never had to have a lull turn definitely paid off. That alone was worth its weight in gold. But that's it, baby. 264. And I think I showed you just about everything else, including the steam torpedoes. I mean, every one of the upgrades has its own little wrinkle to it, but I got the upgrades that I cared about. Really, the only thing I missed out on was these 7 points if Nemo was over here instead of here. But I had a bunch of bad rolls there in a row. That's Nemo's War. Definitely worth it. You saw how excited I got. This is a great game. It's worth the investment of time. And I just pretty much taught you everything you need to know. I have a summary table that for anybody who's new to the game that explains what the different wrinkles are for every one of the kinds of tests you might do. You know, card tests versus a search test versus an insight test versus a rest, repair, refit test versus a torpedo attack or a non-torpedo attack, and how the warships attack you. I have a chart that just tells you all the different wrinkles as far as what the DRMs are. I might put that in the file section. I think it's going on the back of the rulebook, because I was helping Alan Emrich with the 2.1 rulebook, the new rulebook that's going to be coming out as part of the new expansion. But that's probably a ways off before that goes to print. So maybe I will publish this. I don't know. I don't know how many people are out there. You know what? If you watch this video and you're new to the game and you're interested in getting that chart, you could geek mail me, and I'll either put it out on the file, depending upon how many responses I'll get, I'll send it to you, or I'll put it in the file section. That's Nemo's War. Definitely worth it. It's worth it's not a cheap game. It's probably I know Amazon had it once on sale for $50, but now it's probably $60 or $70. But you got a great expansion coming out that's going to add probably an equal number of adventures. You know, as it stands, you're only seeing half the adventures in the base game. Well, I have the base game, and I have one of the expansions that gives me about 8 more cards. But still, with that 2.1 expansion, or whatever they call it, it's adding another 40 or 50 more events. So that's going to be worth it if you own the base game. So anyway, Nemo's War, everybody. And I ended up with a notoriety of 30, which is way below where I needed to be. So thanks for watching. Hope you enjoyed this. Bye-bye.